That's burning. Good morning. I can't see right now. Oof. And he's got a gun. What's up, everybody? Give me just a couple of minutes. Getting almost ready. Let me adjust the volume. Good morning. Oh, he's got a cougher. Right by the mic, too. They should have scored. They should have security just for the coughers and escort them out once they start carrying on like multiple times. Excuse me, sir. No, you gotta get out of here. Oh no, Ricky, where are you? Come here, boy. Did you pee anywhere? Poop anywhere? Ricky boy. Let's check you out. What's up, guys? Good morning. Trying to get my life together. Where's everything's missing? There's like 10 brushes in the house. They're all missing. Were they congregating somewhere? Who took my brush? Sorry for echoing. My bad. Everything's missing. Like 10 brushes. What's going on here? The stars? What the heck? What the? All right. Take away Janie. There's no audio, by the way, if you're wondering. They're not playing anything right now. Where's the audio? Hell, I'm leaving. I'm done. Good morning. All right. Thank you so much. Who's that? Angela Cook. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 10. Early, bright and early. Fresh start. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Are you guys ready? So, if you missed yesterday, you didn't miss much. They took the jurors to a viewing, and I kept getting a couple of messages about breaking news. He pled guilty to some charges. And we actually covered that live hours before. That was yesterday. Like when it happened live, we were actually covering it already. So yeah, Adam Montgomery did plead guilty to let's see, what was it? Falsifying evidence and I thought witness tampering. I have to double check what he pled guilty to. And I think it's obvious. He's probably going to be pointing fingers to somebody, whether it's Kayla or his ex, Kelsey, the one that passed away in the hotel. He's pointing the finger somewhere else. He's probably going to say he was there, but he didn't do it. He's not the one that actually killed Harmony. So, but yeah, they were talking about it hours after we already had covered it. GZA, thank you. What's up? Good morning, Mel. Get a buzz cut. Don't worry about a brush. I don't know what all the. Oh, by the way, you like my water bottle? Water bottle. Look at this thing. Yeah. I'm instructed to drink this twice. Go through 2 of these. All right. We're going to increase the water intake. I already drink a lot of water, actually, but I think it's good to actually keep track. That's part of the wave. I'm watching you. I'm keeping an eye on you. Abuse of corpse. Falsifying evidence and abuse of corpse. They came from the store. Mustard Mama. Good morning. Lisa, Natalie, Herbert, Miu. Victoria, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the super chat. Angela Cook, thank you for the 12 months. Amazing. Thank you for resubscribing. We got to talk later, too, about that live stream we did last night. That was wild. The whole house burning down. They were talking. The last thing I heard, I didn't think it was worth starting a whole live last night. We'll jump on it later today or whatever. Update it. Last thing I heard, there was like 7 to 8 people that were unaccounted for. So I don't know if there's bodies in that house. That guy offed himself after killing multiple people and burned everybody alive. I don't know. We'll have to find out. We'll have to wait and see. And if you guys could hit the like button too, please. The plan is, as far as this trial, I think we're going to start at 9 daily. Maybe some days, maybe a little bit earlier to chit chat and talk, 8:50, something like that. But as you can see, they haven't even really started yet. So just so I can get things done in the morning. Well, we have a lot of West Coast and Central time people. So I'm sure the West Coast and the Central people don't mind starting at 9 or something, especially if they haven't even started. They've been launching like at 8:45. There's like a little live feed. And it's just showing the courthouse, but I think to give myself a little bit of headway. Bama! Thank you for the 5, Mel. You definitely need to cover more pro-life Spider. The guy who climbed the sphere yesterday, he's actually amazing. Check him out. I mean, we saw his Instagram. I was surprised. He's done it multiple times, putting his life at risk. No safety net, no safety whatever. If he slips, it's a wrap. Sulu! Thank you for the 5s. Good morning, says Mel. You're my favorite, Mel. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming through this morning. Another trial. Let me make sure the alert box is up. Oh, yeah, it's there. Okay. Another trial. Adam Montgomery. Oh, by the way, I re-uploaded the video. For people that don't know the story, I'm thinking I'm going to post it Saturday. It's like a 2-hour video. I'll premiere it. And I'll remove the other one. Saturday. 7 a.m. Oof. Yeah, it's early, right? I don't think he's showing up today. Really? We're gonna find out. He said yesterday there was a whole thing about that, and the judge was like, "We'll call you in the morning, and you need to let us know, but we're not gonna be sending a vehicle to pick you up, and you don't want to be picked up."
You can see that from where you are.
So what I may actually be here.
That's fine.
Joni, thank you so much. Thank you for the 20.
You need to draw it to the court.
Thanks for all your hard work. Thank you. The super chat. Oh, you can like the super chat. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, thank you.
Vic was saying that the other day. You can like the super chat. What a heart. I should let you pin him too. That'd be dope. You can pin the super chat. Days that I spend more time with Icky Mother and my husband. He's online. Online what? On the app or something? Why are people reaching out to that guy anyway? I want to talk with Adam. Ricky. I'm missing one of my brushes. I want to wipe down this desk too. Get it a little bit organized. Get myself together. Morning. What's up, Tammy Lynn, Sally, Wanny, JD? Having coffee and king cake right now. What's king cake? Cake of kings. King cake. Wow, that looks wild. The hell is that? King cake. Mardi Gras king cake. King cake is known as Three Kings cake. It's a cake associated with many countries with epiphany. Is that how you say that? This form of ingredients are variable, but in most cases, a Phoebe such as a figurine often said to represent Christ child hidden inside. That looks good. Actually looks really good. I'm actually a little hungry right now. This is interesting. I wonder, like, working out a little bit more, doing more weights, eating a little bit more frequently. I actually feel ready. I can eat again. Virginia, thank you for the 10. Says, thanks for covering this so I didn't have to watch on Law and Crime. So this is so much better. Thank you. Vic. I can't wait to see the opening statements. Curious. I think they're going to throw somebody under the bus. It's going to be so interesting to see Kayla testify. Oh, I want to see that. They're going to throw somebody under the bus. Now, my opinion, they have this guy dead to rights just off of the extensive probable cause affidavit.
It's not easy. Just shut it down. It's fine. We'll deal with it on the break and as we go.
Oh, thank you, Ab Coyote.
That's okay.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I need to talk about this later. Yeah, later today we're going to do a stream on update yesterday's story.
Attorney Knowles?
After this trial.
All rise for the jurors, please.
I don't see him so far, so I guess he's not there. Wow. Yes, Crime Curious is there too. I spoke to her yesterday on the phone. They had a baby Jesus in it. If you find the baby Jesus, you have to bring the cake. You have to bring the cake the following year to your party revealers. Oh. Yeah, I think it's pretty cowardly. I don't think it's a good thing to not to show up because I just feel like the jury is going to have an impression about that, even though you're maybe not supposed to.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you yesterday, we hoped and planned that we would begin with opening statements this morning, and that's exactly where we are. So when the state is ready.
Here we go.
Where is Harmony Montgomery? Where is Harmony? When people across this nation, from Florida all the way up to Alaska and everywhere in between, were looking for Harmony, there's one person who is not. One person. The one person who should have been looking for Harmony was not. Her biological father, that defendant that you saw 2 days ago, he wasn't looking for her, and in fact, he was hoping that she wouldn't be found. His concern was not with finding this innocent 5-year-old girl. His concern was that she would be found, and that his heinous and depraved actions would be brought to light. That's because he was the only person in this world who knows where Harmony is, who knows where her body is, and he was hoping that she would never be found. The one person, the one and only person who murdered Harmony, who butchered her body,
Yeah. Yep.
and who disposed of her like yesterday's trash. This case is about Harmony Montgomery. I don't want that to get lost as we progress throughout this lengthy trial. This case is about Harmony Montgomery, but it's also about the defendant, his actions, his rage, his brutality, and his escalation in violence. The murder of Harmony Montgomery, that was just the beginning of the depraved actions of this defendant and what this case is all about. It's about a man who, for 2 years, evaded apprehension, didn't have to answer for his crimes, had no appreciation or concern about Harmony being missing because he already knew she was dead. For 2 years before the Manchester Police Department initiated their search for Harmony Montgomery, that man got away with murder. His only concern, other than Harmony's body being found, was to keep his wife, Kayla Montgomery, from coming in here and telling you all what he did to her. His heinous actions, his cover-up, what she witnessed. For 2 years, he got away with butchering a 5-year-old girl. And that defendant made sure that Harmony would never be found, that she'd be gone without a trace. You'll see, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence of the horrible things that he did to her, and he would get away with it. And so he went to great lengths to cover up his crime, to cover up beating Harmony to death for a bathroom accident. He went to great lengths to cover up his conduct. Beating Harmony to death because she soiled herself.
Yeah.
And he thought that if he destroyed the evidence, what remained of Harmony, if he destroyed Harmony, he could never be charged. He was careless in this meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. We're going to hear about those mistakes because it's evidence of his crimes. It's evidence of what he did. So let's talk about the evidence in this case. On December 7th, 2019, the defendant beat Harmony to death because she had a bathroom accident, something she had no control over. She'd peed her pants, and he murdered her in a series of attacks, of brutal strikes that began that morning in the car that she was living out of and ended in the Burger King parking lot that you all saw yesterday on The View.
Yeah.
He carried her body with him for months.
Months.
For months,
dude.
he carried her body.
Wild.
He
Yeah.
discarded her with zero appreciation for the life that he'd taken, just a fear of being caught. And in the months that followed, he beat, he injured, he terrorized the only witness to his crime, the only person that could come in here and tell you what he did. She was his loose end, Kayla Montgomery, his wife. He conditioned Kayla through force and through threats with the purpose of making sure that she would never come in here and tell you what she'd seen, what he did. Beating Harmony to death for another accident, destroying her body, freezing her, thawing her, squeezing the liquid out of her,
Jesus Christ.
compressing her body into a bag like this one.
The CMAC, I think, bag.
Compressing her body into a bag like this one.
Yeah.
And filling it
CMC.
with lime
Uh-huh.
to further decompose her. Unspeakable things. And this is what he did to the only witness he left alive.
Wow.
She was beaten, she was conditioned, and she was living in fear. She was in a nightmare with no end.
At least
He dragged around Harmony's body for months.
Wow.
And I want to pause here for just a moment. I want to thank all of you for being here. This is going to be a lengthy trial. You're going to hear many difficult things. That's not lost on us. It's not lost on the attorneys that are in this case. So thank you for taking the time out of your lives to come here and listen to the evidence, to judge the evidence. It's necessary. It's a necessary function. And if you listen to the evidence, if you keep an open mind, and if you follow Judge Messer's instructions, you'll understand the timeline of Harmony's death, of the cover-up. You'll understand the horrible things that that defendant did, why he assaulted, why he murdered, why he terrorized. And after he was done with all of this, why he destroyed evidence, why he lied, why he blocked his friends and family, why he manipulated his wife into doing terrible things to hide his crime, to hide the victim that he'd murdered. So let's talk about the victim that he murdered, the victim that he made sure couldn't come into this courtroom and tell you the horrible things that he did to her.
Oh.
Her name is Harmony Montgomery. And there are 4 descriptions that you're going to hear of Harmony during the course of this trial, some of them horrible. Harmony was born to the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and her mother, Crystal Sorey. She was born on June 7th of 2014. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a Minnie Mouse fan. She was a fun-loving girl that loved being a big sister. She was just 5 years old when the defendant brutally murdered her. During the course of her brief life, she was a fun-loving girl. She was someone that defied all odds. She spent most of her life with Tim and Michelle Rafferty, her foster parents, who she called Daddy and Mommy Michelle. And those odds that she defied. When Tim and Michelle got Harmony, when they got custody of her, she was just 2 months old. Michelle was told she's not going to live past 7 months, told that she had learning disabilities. Still, you'll hear that Harmony was an intelligent girl. She was a curious child. She was a child that ran with other children, played with them. She was potty trained at a very early age. At a very early age, she was potty trained, and that'll become important as we progress throughout this trial. So keep that in mind. Harmony was potty trained at a very early age. She wasn't someone that was bound by limitations. And you'll hear that when she lived with her mommy, Michelle, and her mommy, Crystal, she was thriving. She was thriving in school. She was thriving with her peers. She was a child like any other. She was full of life. But that's just one description of Harmony, and I told you there are more. The defendant got custody of Harmony in February of 2019. At that time, she was only 4 years old. And the second description is darker. It comes from the 10 days before the defendant murdered her, and we'll talk about that more as we go along. The 10 days before he murdered her. In the second description, not the one where Harmony's thriving, in this one, she's scared, she's skinny, she's constantly exhausted, and she's bruised. At this point in Harmony's brief life, she's not able to control her bladder. She's not able to control her bowel movements. She's soiling herself. And during this period, the time when the defendant had her, those 10 days, she went from living in their home on Guilford Street at 77 Guilford Street to being homeless and living in a car, in the family's car. When they were living in that car, those bathroom accidents got worse and worse, and they came more and more often. And you'll hear about the defendant's rage, this rage of the defendants that was building and building with each and every accident. And each time Harmony had an accident in that 10-day period, the defendant would strike her. That rage only growing, adding to that fear. And the next two descriptions come from the actions that the defendant took after he had murdered Harmony, after he beat her to death. You'll hear that she went from this little girl full of life, a girl that radiated happiness, that radiated joy, to a scared girl, broken, bruised. And from there, she went to the dead girl in the duffel bag. And after that, she went to the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that the defendant slept under for months. For months, as Harmony's body fluid, her blood, leaked through that duffel bag and was absorbed into that ceiling, he slept under her. That's what he did to her. That's what he made Harmony. His actions. Remember that as we go along. This case is about his actions. And those are the descriptions of Harmony. That's what the defendant made her before he disposed of her. Harmony was just 5 years old when the defendant beat her to death, but her story continues long after her death with the gruesome actions that the defendant took, the things that he did to her, the places that he took her. 3 people witnessed Harmony's death, her murder, and they survived. Her 2 younger brothers, one just 5 months old, the other 2 years old, and her stepmother, Kayla Montgomery. Back then, Kayla was the defendant's wife. She was mother of his 2 small children, his 2 boys. They met when they were kids and they married in 2017. And eventually they moved to Manchester, New Hampshire, and they lived at the home on 77 Guilford Street. The defendant stayed home with the children, and Kayla worked. She was a cashier at Dunkin' Donuts. And during the 6 months leading up to Harmony's murder, their marriage was on the rocks. But Kayla tried to make it work. She wanted to make it work for her family. She wanted to make it work so that she didn't lose another person that she loved. But this case, it's not about Kayla. It's not about what Kayla did. It's not about what Kayla didn't do. Remember that as we go along. It's about what the defendant did. Kayla was the defendant's loose end. She was the witness to his crimes. She was the witness to his confession to an assault that took place against Harmony by the defendant in July of 2019. She was witness to Harmony's murder. She was witness to the defendant compressing Harmony into bag, smaller bag, smaller bag, compressing her more and more over the months that he had her, adding lime to that bag. And she was witness to the defendant disposing of Harmony. She was the witness that was left alive. So let's talk about that first event, the assault on Harmony from July of 2019. That summer, the summer of 2019, was Harmony's first time living with the defendant. It was her first summer with the defendant. And again, they lived at this home on Guilford Street. You'll hear that they lived there with Helen Montgomery, the defendant's grandmother, and the defendant's uncle, Kevin. And Helen and Kevin left that summer. They went down to Florida, and there Helen had a triple bypass surgery, and Kevin stayed with her. He accompanied her. He accompanied her to help her in her recovery. And you'll hear that Kevin was gone for 3 weeks. And when Kevin left, when he left that home, Harmony was uninjured. No bruises. Uninjured. But when he came back, Harmony had a large black eye. A black eye such that was so swollen that the profile of her face had changed. It was horrible. This girl was bruised. She was injured. And her face was swollen. And when Kevin walked through that door, he saw Harmony. And this immediately stood out to him. This was his niece, his great niece. And the defendant was standing next to Harmony, and he said, "Harmony, what did you do? What happened to you?" And Harmony didn't even have time to answer. The defendant interrupted and said, "She didn't do nothing. I bashed her around this house. I beat the dog shit out of her." That's what he told his uncle about Harmony, what happened to her, how she got that injury. "I beat her. I did that." The defendant in this case, you'll hear that this shocked Kevin. It frightened him.
He's probably going to testify.
That was the last night
That's the uncle.
he stayed in the house. He never went back there. He spent that night in his house, and he got out of there. And in the time that followed, he did everything he could to get Harmony help. He contacted authorities. He contacted DCYF, contacted Child Services. You'll hear that he was unsuccessful. This assault from July of 2019, that's separate and apart from the murder charges, different incident. So I want to talk about the murder now. And to do that, again, we have to talk about the 10-day period before the defendant brutally murdered Harmony. Those 10 days where Harmony had major life changes. You'll hear that the family went from living in that home on Guilford Street to being evicted and living in their silver Chrysler Sebring. And while they were living in the Sebring, they were living in the Sebring, they parked in that parking lot we saw yesterday at Colonial Village, the apartments. They stayed there in their car. Harmony, at this point, had another major life change. She started having accidents. She started peeing herself. She was incontinent. She couldn't control when she had to go to the bathroom. She was peeing herself and she was pooping herself. This girl that prided herself on being able to control her body, basic functions. She was a big girl, but she started having these issues with her bladder, with her bowel movements. And you'll hear that when they moved into that vehicle, when they started living there, those accidents got worse and they came more often. She wasn't letting the defendant know when she had to go, and she was creating a mess each time. And that rage, the defendant's rage that you'll hear about in this case, grew and grew. And he would hit her, he would strike her each time she had one of those accidents. And that was Harmony's life. For 10 days. For 10 days, she lived in a car. For 10 days, she had bathroom accidents. For 10 days, she was unable to control her own body. For 10 days, she was in fear. She was scared because each time she had one of these accidents, the defendant would hit her. The defendant that you saw 2 days ago, a large man, he would hit this. She was 35 pounds in June of 2019. This again is in December. She was tiny. He would hit her. He would strike her with a fist over something she had no control over. And those accidents were getting worse and they were coming more often. And she was so bruised before her murder that the defendant had to hide her when he went out in public. He would literally take a blanket and cover her up so that she couldn't be seen, and that so no one would know what he had done to her. No one would see those bruises. And that brings us to December 7th of 2019. That day began like any other day for Harmony. They were living in that car. She woke up and she was scared. She was scared because she'd wet herself. She didn't want the defendant to know. She'd wet herself first thing that morning, and she was afraid. And just as she feared would happen, the defendant smelled what she had done. And for that, he hit her. He struck her in the face, and he drove his car. He continued on with his day as if he had done nothing. He struck this little girl in her face, on the side of her head. He continued on as if nothing happened. He drove to the methadone clinic, the clinic that you saw yesterday on The View. And there he and Kayla took turns getting their treatment. You'll hear that Kayla went in first, the defendant stayed in the car, and then the defendant went in. And when the defendant came back to the car, he was hungry. And so he started driving the family's car to the Burger King that you saw yesterday on The View. And as he was pulling out of that parking lot, he smelled something. He smelled that Harmony had had another accident. And that rage that had been building inside of him, it was there. Remember, he was still upset about the earlier accident, that first thing in the morning. And he looked back at Harmony as he was driving, and he said, "Really, Harmony? Again?" And he began striking her. As he was driving, holding onto the wheel, he began punching this little girl repeatedly for something she had no control over. He struck her blow after blow after blow to the side of her small head. And he didn't stop. And you'll hear me say that. He didn't stop. He didn't stop with that first barrage of assaults, of strikes to her small head. He continued. And when he pulled up to a light, he continued hitting her, hit after hit to her small head, blow after blow. Now, during this barrage of strikes, Kayla, who was in the passenger seat, seated next to the defendant, seated in front of Harmony, she put a hand up. She tried to block what this defendant was doing to Harmony. She tried to stop him. You'll hear that in that moment, he looked at her as if to say, "You're next." And she was scared. And she looked forward and she put her hand down, and those strikes to Harmony continued. And when he pulled up to another light as he was driving to that Burger King parking lot, he continued striking her. And after that last strike, he looked at Kayla and he said, "I think I really hurt her this time. This time. I think I really hurt her this time. I think I did something." And he didn't stop. He continued with his drive. Pulled into that parking lot at Burger King, and he ordered his food. He ordered his food, and he ate. He didn't stop to check on Harmony. He didn't look back at her. He didn't show any concern for this innocent little girl, the child he'd just beaten. He ordered his food, and he ate. He didn't stop.
Like nothing.
You'll hear that at that time, after that last blow, after that last strike to her small head, she began moaning.
Yeah.
Making a gurgling sound. Sounds that continued on and off for several minutes. And he didn't show any concern. Ate his food, and he continued driving towards the Colonial apartment parking lot. And while he was there, he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes, showing no concern for the child that was dying in his back seat just feet away from him. And Kayla, you'll hear, was too scared to look back. She couldn't look back. She was frozen. She was terrified to see what he had done to this small child. She could just hear that moaning, those gargling sounds, sounds that eventually stopped. After the defendant ordered his food and he was driving back, he did his drugs, listening to those noises, not showing any concern. He pulled into the Colonial Village parking lot and he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes. He ate his food and he did his drugs, and Harmony slowly died. And when he was done with that, still showing no concern for Harmony, he pulled out of the parking lot where they'd been living. And when he made it to the intersection of Webster and Elm, which you saw in the view yesterday, his car died. It died just as Harmony had died several minutes before. The defendant realized they were going to have to abandon that vehicle. And so he started removing items, getting the kids out, shaking Harmony, telling her to wake up. She wasn't responding. She couldn't. She was dead. He had done that. And when he realized that Harmony was no longer alive, that he'd murdered her, he grabbed a duffel bag. Remember, they were living in that car. All of their items, all of their possessions were in that car. He grabbed the duffel bag and he stuffed Harmony's body inside. And remember those descriptions that I told you about Harmony, what you'd hear throughout this trial. That's when Harmony became the dead girl in the duffel bag. He did that to her. That's what he made her. The defendant stuffed her into that bag and he went on about his day as if nothing happened. But Harmony's murder, that was only the beginning. And remember what I told you, this case, it's about the actions of the defendant. They didn't stop after he murdered Harmony. That was the beginning of his conduct. His actions didn't end when he brutally murdered Harmony. You'll hear about how he carried her for months, scheming, plotting, coming up with a plan of how to get rid of Harmony somewhere she would never be found. And they went back to the Colonial Village parking lot that afternoon. They had a friend there, a friend who let them stay in his Audi. And you'll hear that that friend brought them dinner for 2 nights, the 2 nights they stayed there, December 7th and 8th. He brought them dinner, and notably, he didn't see Harmony with them. He didn't see Harmony because she was in that duffel bag, the duffel bag that he was moving between the trunk of that Audi SUV and the ground outside. At night, he would keep her in the ground between his car, the Audi SUV, and the dumpsters that you saw yesterday that you walked around in that parking lot. He kept her on the ground because it was cold outside. Remember, this was in December, and he wanted to keep her body cold. From the Colonial Village parking lot, they went to Kayla's mother's home, and they stayed there for the rest of the month. She picked them up in her van, and that's where Harmony stayed for several days while the defendant looked for somewhere more suitable to keep her. And he found something more suitable. In the entryway of Christina Lubin, Kayla's mother's home, cooler. And he stored her there for much of the remainder of his stay.
Yep.
And they left that home on December 30th. And they went to the Families in Transition Shelter. It was at the Families in Transition Shelter that the defendant began to discuss disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her. He believed, you'll hear, he believed that if there was no body to find, there would be no evidence of what he'd done, and he would get away with this heinous crime. And so he began to discuss disposing of her. While he was there, he moved Harmony from the closet of that room.
Yep.
He moved her to the ceiling. He removed that vent cover and he stuffed her body inside. And that's when Harmony became the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that he slept under for months. Now, the defendant faced another problem at the fit shelter.
It ended up smelling.
Harmony's body began to rot.
Yep. And some maintenance
Began
guy
to
had
smell.
come.
He was storing her body in the ceiling above his room, and the heat was on. And the heat was causing her body to decompose more and more by the day, to rot more and more by the day. And it was smelling. And other tenants, other people that lived there were complaining about those smells. So he had to take her body out of that ceiling. And he brought it to the bathroom and he compressed it. He compressed and contorted her body into this bag, into a bag like this. And he put it back up there, back in the ceiling. And when he was taking her body down, when it was still in the duffel bag, before he'd added trash bags and put her inside a bag like this one, she was leaking. She was leaking. Her liquids were pouring through that duffel bag. And investigators followed up with the fit shelter. They went to that room. They looked in the ceiling. And when they took that vent cover off, they immediately smelled decomposition, a smell associated with dead bodies, rotting bodies. They smelled decomp. Still present 2 years after the defendant had removed Harmony's body from the ceiling. And they saw deep stains in the drywall where Harmony's blood had been absorbed. That blood was tested. It was sent to a lab in Florida and tested. And that lab in Florida confirmed that that blood was Harmony. Something the defendant missed. Remember, he was careless in his meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. That's going to be one of them. That blood in the ceiling, Harmony's blood in the ceiling, all that remained of Harmony, the defendant made sure of that. And surrounding that blood, surrounding this blood, surrounding what was left of Harmony, the defendant's fingerprints, his palm prints, frozen there for time. So at the shelter, the defendant had a problem. He was living in a shelter. He didn't have access to a freezer, and Harmony's body was beginning to rot and stink, and it was getting worse and worse by the day. People were complaining. This wasn't good for him. And it was around this time he started working at the Portland Pie Company, which used to be here in town, since closed. He worked there for just over a month. He was a dishwasher and a cook. And that CMC bag, the one that looked like this,
In the restaurant.
that accompanied him to work. It stood out to people because he placed it in the freezer during his shifts. He brought it with him regularly to work, and he stored it in a freezer where the company kept food, ingredients. People saw him bringing that in and out regularly. They couldn't have imagined what that bag contained, but they saw it. And after they left the fit shelter, after the defendant left the shelter, he moved into an apartment on Union Street. And it was in the Union Street apartment that he began to discuss dismembering Harmony, squishing her, further contorting her body. He discussed using a saw to cut her up. He discussed using lime to further decompose her so that there would be nothing to find. Remember, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence, and he would get away with this horrible thing that he'd done, beating this little girl to death. And it was in the bathroom of his Union Street apartment that he compressed Harmony. Already in that CMC bag, filling that CMC bag, he compressed her further, and he added lime to the bag, thinking that it would eat away at anything left of her. He spent most of the day in that bathroom compressing Harmony. He took her out of the CMC bag and he placed her in the tub. She was frozen at that point, so he turned the hot water on and ran it over her so that he could manipulate her body, further compress her. Kayla walked into the bathroom as he was doing this. She saw what he was doing. She saw Harmony. Harmony, at that point, was skin and bones. She saw the defendant squeezing Harmony, squishing Harmony, trying to remove the liquids that remained from her small body and down the drain of the tub. When Kayla walked into that bathroom, he told her to help him. You'll hear that Kayla obeyed. She held Harmony's arm while the defendant used the scissors to cut off Harmony's clothes. But this was too much for Kayla. She couldn't take what she was seeing, what the defendant was doing, the sick and grotesque things that he was doing to this child's body. And so she went to the living room to be with her two sons, to make sure that they didn't walk in and see what he was doing. So in that bathroom, the defendant shut the door behind her. That once bulging CMC bag, the bag that Harmony's body filled, he compressed it enough to add much of a 40-pound bag of lime. And he took breaks from the horror show in that bathroom. During one of the breaks from working on Harmony's body, he said, I can put her in pieces. I can put her in pieces. I can cut her up. And while he was working in that bathroom, working on Harmony, he clogged the drain. Remember that as we go along. He clogged the drain. While he was squeezing her, getting the liquids out, he clogged the drain to the bathroom. And investigators learned that the defendant went to Home Depot on February 26th, just 6 days after they moved into that apartment. He went to Home Depot where he bought a saw, a backup saw blade, diamond cutting saw blade, a backup battery, and lime. That was on February 26th, just 6 days after he moved into that apartment. On February 27th, he placed a work order to unclog his drain.
Yep.
Now, it was around this time that the defendant began to suspect that Kayla was working with the police, trying to give them evidence to put him away for what he'd done to Harmony. He was suspicious of her, and he was pulling out outlets. He was pulling out light bulbs, light sockets, thinking that there were listening devices planted to get him for what he'd done to Harmony. And it was around this time that he started beating Kayla. He started threatening her that if she reported him, he would kill her. And that if he went to jail for what he did, he'd have someone else kill her. The abuse was constant, and it came regularly, and Kayla documented the abuse as shown here. Less than a week after the horror show in that Union Street apartment bathroom, the defendant disposed of what remained of Harmony, what was left of her. He was meticulous in making sure that nothing came back on him. He enlisted help from friends. He asked a friend to get him a U-Haul van. A U-Haul van back then was cheaper than a rental car. You'll hear that this friend, he helped. He got him the van. The defendant at the time rented a hotel room so that he could leave the hotel room and dispose of Harmony. And when that friend When he came to bring the defendant the keys to the van with his girlfriend saw a CMC bag that was protruding from the hotel room's mini fridge, and that stood out to her. And when the friend gave the defendant the keys to that U-Haul van, the defendant said, I fucked up, and he repeated it over and over. I fucked up, me, the defendant, I fucked up. But he couldn't say how. He couldn't say what he'd done to fuck up. That was on March 3rd of 2020. The defendant left in the middle of the night, headed south. And when the defendant left, he told Kayla that he wasn't going to tell her where he was going to dump Harmony, where he was going to dispose of her. He didn't want her to have that information that she could later use against him. He was in control. He had all the pieces. He wasn't going to have someone know where evidence of the girl that he had brutally beaten was. He made sure that he was the only person that knew what he'd done with her. Remember, he believed that if there was no body, he could never be charged. He could never be charged with this heinous crime. And when he left the hotel room that night, he headed south to Mass, and he made another mistake. That U-Haul van that he rented, he blew through tolls on the Tobin Bridge, and a camera captured that van. You'll hear about the many searches for Harmony Montgomery involving multiple states, Maine, Mass, New Hampshire, involving multiple agencies, both state and federal. Thousands of man-hours looking for this little girl. And you'll hear the defendant's words. You'll hear him on a recorded call during one of those searches telling his friend that investigators were wasting their time looking for this little girl that he brutally murdered. They were wasting their time. The defendant's words, you'll hear that. After disposing of Harmony, the defendant realized he had one loose end, his wife, Kayla. And so he conditioned her. The abuse got worse over those months and months. He beat her. She was a loose end to him and nothing more. Now, you'll hear that Kayla lied. She stuck to a story that the defendant gave her. She was scared at what would happen to her at the hands of the man she witnessed beat this small child to death and drag her body around for months. She's gone to prison for those lies. And since then, she's helped investigators. She's helped investigators find proof that Harmony's dead.
It's a mess.
That blood in the ceiling with the defendant's fingerprints. She spoke to investigators and police for hours upon hours over multiple days. Statements that gave investigators evidence that they wouldn't have without her. Gave a mother some sense of closure, knowing that her daughter's dead, still out there somewhere, but not suffering, not anymore. Now, Kayla's testimony is important. She saw what happened. She felt it. She lived it. She's still living it. But the reason you only have one witness to the defendant's crime is because he killed the other, the witness that he couldn't control, the witness that he couldn't manipulate. But even though Kayla's testimony is important, this case doesn't rest solely on her shoulders. You're going to hear about the forensic evidence, the physical evidence that corroborates what she says, about the surveillance footage. You'll hear and see evidence that corroborates Kayla in ways that she never could have imagined. You'll hear and see evidence that shows you who killed Harmony, who had motive to destroy her after he killed her. And you'll hear some of the defendant's lies for yourself. You'll hear about the absurd story he told to evade apprehension, that he gave Harmony back to her mother in Mass the day before Thanksgiving in 2019. That was his excuse. That was his lie. But in those 2 years where he didn't have to answer for this crime, where he thought he was free and clear of what he'd done, he told someone that he trusted what he really thought of Harmony. Told her that she was evil, that she did evil things. He told her that Harmony was a constant reminder of her mother, Crystal Sorey, who he hated.
Damn. I've heard of stories like
And he
that.
told her that he hated Harmony to his core.
Parents hating
That's what he
the
said in
child
secret
because they hate the parent.
about the innocent child that he'd beaten to death. The helpless girl that he beat because she soiled herself. He hated Harmony to his core, and the evidence is going to show that he did everything to destroy Harmony after he beat her, to hide his crime, to hide evidence of what he'd done. And for what the defendant did, he's been charged with multiple crimes that the clerk read to you yesterday in open court. And the evidence will prove that he's guilty of each and every one of them. He's guilty of the second-degree assault for beating Harmony in that July 2019 incident, for bashing her around the house, for beating her off every wall in the house, for kicking the dog shit out of her, for causing the black eye, causing that injury to Harmony. Just like he's guilty of reckless second-degree murder for beating Harmony to death in the Chrysler Sebring on December 7th, 2019. He's guilty of falsifying physical evidence, for mutilating Harmony's corpse, for destroying her, for putting her somewhere she would never be found. And he's guilty of tampering with a witness, for beating Kayla, for threatening her, for compelling her to stick to the story that he gave her. And he's guilty of abuse of a corpse, for his conduct in the Union Street apartment bathroom, for compressing Harmony into that small bag, adding lime to it. Those are the crimes the defendant in this case committed. That's what he's guilty of. The defendant committed multiple violent crimes against a small child, a helpless child. In December 2019, he assaulted and he murdered because of that rage, his rage. He destroyed Harmony so that he could never be caught. And he beat Kayla for control. That's what the defendant did to his victim in this case. And at the conclusion of this trial, that's what we'll ask you to find him guilty of.
Wow. Most of the stuff already knew. I covered the probable cause affidavit. I'm going to drop the video again on Saturday for people that want to watch that. But
ready?
none of this stuff is, like, I've already known these details, even the pictures, everything they've showed, people that have watched the video that I dropped a while back. But yeah, it's still horrible, graphic, disgusting. This guy's a coward. Didn't come and show up to court. I think they're gonna nail his ass, but it's gonna be interesting to see what the defense is gonna have to say, what they're gonna claim. I think they're gonna point the fingers to Kayla and say she did it.
You were just left with that picture of Harmony, and seeing that picture is heartbreaking, knowing that Harmony is dead. But Adam Montgomery did not kill Harmony. Adam Montgomery did not beat Harmony in the head as he approached the Burger King drive-thru. Adam Montgomery did not cause Harmony's death. Kayla Montgomery was the last person to see Harmony alive and know how Harmony died. But she didn't come clean with Adam. She didn't come clean with the police. And she will not come clean with you. She is still lying about the cause of Harmony's death. Even though Kayla now has her deal with the state, she continues to lie. The only reason Kayla has to lie now is to protect herself. The only reason she has to lie and point the finger at Adam is because the truth points the finger at her. The only reason Kayla has to lie to make Harmony's death so brutal and foul by Adam is to hide that Adam was protecting Kayla, his wife, and the mother of his kids. Now look, I'm not pretending that Adam isn't innocent here. Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla covered up Harmony's death. He's not an innocent here. He and Kayla moved Harmony's body from place to place to keep it hidden. And Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla put her body in a shower to wash her remains of the fluids of decomposition and then permanently hid her remains. You can and should find him guilty of those crimes. But in committing those crimes and sticking with a story that protected his wife, Adam set himself up for Kayla's betrayal. Her betrayal to accuse him in the most vile way possible of what he did not do. To accuse him of brutally killing his, not her, daughter, when she knew that was not what happened. The evidence that will show you that Adam did not brutally murder Harmony will come mostly, and very reluctantly, from his accuser, Kayla. Not from other witnesses or the physical evidence, but by showing that Kayla's lies continue. And the only one protected by those lies is her. Because only she, other than an infant and a toddler, was around when Harmony died. Only she knows the truth, and only she has benefited from all the lies she has told. November 27, 2019, a day before Thanksgiving. Adam, Kayla, Adam's daughter Harmony, toddler son Seamus, infant son Declan were evicted from their home on Guilford Street in Manchester. They began living out of their Chrysler Sebring. In the following week, when Adam was running around trying to make money to get them out of their situation, Kayla was left cooped up in that seemingly increasingly smaller by the minute car with a 5-year-old child, not her own, a 2-year-old toddler, and a less than 1-year infant, all of whom needed attention, all of whom needed to move around, and none of whom were doing well being cooped up in that car. And Kayla didn't do well either. Adam was off doing his own thing, and Kayla was stuck. Harmony's body was not discovered lifeless in the car at that busy intersection you saw yesterday. It was not discovered at that intersection in the middle of the day on December 7, 2019, as Kayla now claims. Both Adam and Kayla discovered Harmony's cold, lifeless body much earlier, in the dark of night, behind Colonial Village, when Adam returned from his business. Kayla made Adam feel responsible. She claimed not to know what happened. It was Adam's fault for everything they were going through. It was not her fault, she insisted. She thought all the kids were asleep. He had to protect her. He had to protect their children. If anyone found out, their children would be taken. Adam stood by Kayla, and together they covered up Harmony's death. By that decision, Adam became so intertwined in Harmony's death that he could not get out. Neither Adam nor Kayla knew what to do, so they put the decision off. Adam placed Harmony's body in a duffel bag from the car and placed that duffel bag in the trunk. And Harmony's body was in that bag in the trunk of the car when it broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm. They had driven off from the Colonial Village apartments to try and figure out what to do, where to put Harmony's body. But then the car broke down. When it did, Adam grabbed the bag from the trunk and carried Harmony's body away from the intersection to the parking lot at Colonial Village. From there, as you'll hear, Harmony's body was moved from place to place until Adam and Kayla finally figured out a plan to hide the body permanently. When asked, Adam and Kayla told people that Harmony was back with her biological mom in Massachusetts. Let's now move forward 2 years. December 2021. This was 2 years after Harmony's death and close to a year after Kayla and Adam had separated. The police were now investigating Harmony's disappearance. They found Kayla and asked her where to find Adam and where Harmony was. Kayla gave the lie she and Adam had used to explain why Harmony was no longer living with them after Harmony died in December of 2019. That Adam had returned Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. Kayla also told the police that she believed Adam was in Maine. After speaking with the police, she contacts Adam, and she told him, quote, "You need to come down here." She told him he needed to return to New Hampshire and deal with the police because she was not going to deal with all this by herself. Adam did what Kayla told him to do and returned. But unfortunately for Kayla, he also brought another woman, Kelsey Small, with him. Adam met up with Kayla and they talked about what to do. That New Year's Eve 2021, Kayla talked to the police again. This time, it was at the Manchester police station. She again gave the lie that protected her, insisting Adam took Harmony to her mother's, and that was all that she knew. And after well over an hour of talking, as Kayla stuck with this lie, the police gave her time alone to think, to write down what she wanted to say, just in case it was too difficult to verbally speak about. And Kayla did take that time alone to think and to write. And this is what she wrote. Quote, "I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom, to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning." And she wrote, "You need to get him to talk. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me." Kayla was ready to point the finger at Adam, but only in a way that protected herself. 5 days later, January 5th, Kayla was arrested anyway, but for something different than what the police had wanted to talk with her about. Instead of being arrested in relation to Harmony's disappearance, she was arrested for something else, what eventually became a theft charge. But she knew the arrest was to pressure her. While in jail, Kayla had more time to think and to scheme. How was she going to get out of this mess that she was in? She knew that the police thought she had information about what happened to Harmony. And she knew that the walls were closing in. Kayla also knew that pointing the finger at Adam was worth something. And pointing the finger would help get her out of this mess. And she thought about how to use Adam to get out of it. What I am holding up for you is defenses G for identification. This plastic bag contains a note. This note is written by Kayla, and it reflects what she wanted for a bargain. A few weeks after her incarceration, this note was found in Kayla's cell. And in her musings, She writes of her willingness to, quote, betray Adam. Not to finally be free of Adam, not to finally be safe from him, not to tell the truth, to betray, meaning stab him in the back. But she also wrote of her longing to be alone with him one more time, to kiss, to make love, if she could. She didn't write of fearing to be alone with him. She did not write of any fear that Adam would hurt or kill her for her betrayal. In her fairy tale musings, Adam would understand and protect her to the end. Their children needed their mother, she wrote. But as this note also shows, Kayla wanted more than just one last time with Adam. She had a whole wish list, a set of demands. She wanted, quote, immunity from everything. Everything being in all capital letters. She wanted immunity from everything, all charges I'm facing, and what I'm going to say about Adam. Maybe ankle bracelet, or probation, or drug court. Kids in my life. Not lose custody or rights to my children at all, and be able to have kids live with me once I do a residential treatment program and complete it. Kayla was willing to sing for her supper, not for truth, not for harmony, but for Kayla. Kayla was all about protecting herself to wiggle out of accountability for her own conduct. After that note was discovered in Kayla's cell in January of 2022, January 29th to be exact, Kayla told a correctional officer that she wanted to speak with the Attorney General's office. But no one came to her with a deal. And instead of a deal, she got a subpoena. She got subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury in March. And she remained in jail. Now, Kayla finally got out on bail on May 6th, but she still had been subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury, this time on May 20th. Still no deal. And when Kayla finally appeared before the grand jury, she still had no deal. It was explained to Kayla that she could choose not to answer a question if it would incriminate her. Instead, though, she chose to lie. Under oath, the same oath you'll see her take later, trying to make herself look innocent while pointing the finger at Adam. She told the grand jury that Adam had dropped her off at Dunkin' Donuts on November 30th with Harmony and the two boys in the car, and said that he was returning Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. But even as Kayla insisted that she didn't know what happened to Harmony, a bombshell drops. The Attorney General's office, the AG, told her as she was testifying she was working at Dunkin' Donuts.
She wasn't working there.
That they had her employment records.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Was she sure? They asked. Kayla knew then that she was caught. She was caught in a lie. The AG had her employment records, looked at them, and knew that she was not working. And this was not just a simple, honest mix-up of days. Those records showed that the AG's office had. Those records showed that she had been fired from Dunkin' Donuts for stealing even before the family had been evicted on the 27th of November. She knew she was caught in a lie. She knew the AG's office could prove it, but she had not developed a new lie and couldn't change course in midstream without a plan. So that day before the grand jury, May 20th, she kept marching forward, hoping that maybe they would believe her anyway. Nothing happened at first after her grand jury testimony was over, but Kayla knew it was coming. And roughly 2 weeks later, on June 3rd, when Kayla checked in as part of her bail conditions, it did. It came. She was arrested for lying before the grand jury.
Perjury.
Kayla had a new story prepared, but with the new charges, the state had the upper hand. She was allowed to give her new story with the agreement that her statements could not later be used against her. But there was no guarantee of a deal, and instead, Kayla would only get that deal that she wanted if her statements helped the police figure out what happened to Harmony. And if the state decided that Kayla's statements were not helpful, she would be facing not only the charges she was already facing, but now 2 more felony charges, this time for perjury, perjuring herself before the grand jury, plus any charges that could come about if the police were able to figure out what happened to Harmony without her statements. And Kayla knew that the police were going to follow up on what she now said. And without something to corroborate this new story she was going to give, there wouldn't be any reason for the police to accept it. After all, she had already lied to the grand jury to point the finger at Adam. So instead of the truth, she told a lie of a brutal killing where she was also a victim. But because there cannot be any corroboration for the lie itself, Kayla intermingled some of the truth of how she and Adam covered up Harmony's death. The lie itself cannot be corroborated, but there would be corroboration in the truth of the cover-up. Because Kayla's new story was not true of how Harmony died, she lacked real memories to draw from, and the details did not fit. Both the details she provided and the ones she did not provide. And it is in those details, details based on a lie, that begin to reveal the lie still being told by Kayla. At first, Kayla's new story for the police, when she gave a proffer on June 3rd of 2022, her new story was that it was the middle of the night, 2 or 3 a.m. Harmony had been having trouble controlling her bodily functions while the family had been living out of the car, and Harmony went to the bathroom again. Adam responded by repeatedly punching Harmony, probably like 10 to 15 times. That story changed to Adam assaulting Harmony in the morning before they went to the clinic for their methadone. The story then continued by saying that Adam struck Harmony again after getting back in the car from the clinic. Then, as they drove to Burger King because Kayla wanted to get something to eat for her and the kids, the story expanded to Adam punching Harmony as he was driving into the Burger King parking lot. Kayla claimed to recall Adam commenting that the last strike was different. He thought he hurt Harmony. Kayla did tell the police that she put an arm up briefly to try and stop Adam, but to no avail. Adam drove up to the Burger King drive-thru. They ordered their food. Adam paid cash. The family got their food and drove back to the Colonial Village apartments with Harmony moaning in the back. That's her story. And when asked, Kayla claimed that she fed the kids. She told the police that she went up to her friend Anthony Bodero's residence to get some drugs for she and Adam to use, leaving Adam alone in the car with Declan, Seamus, and Harmony. This whole entire story was not true.
Not true. That's the thing. I mean, you just got to create reasonable doubt. This whole story revolves around drugs. All these people were on drugs. You know, can
One
they
of the things
create enough reasonable doubt?
that you'll see that reveals her story about punching to be a lie is that she is unable to describe a true scene. She does not describe 2-year-old Seamus crying as his sister beside him is being struck. She does not describe the baby screaming as violence and chaos break out around him. She does not describe trying to soothe or quiet the children. Nor does she describe Adam reacting at all to what would have been a cacophony of screaming and crying had all that punching been true. She does not describe trying to hide a broken child from the Burger King cashier or any concern on Adam's part that Harmony might be seen by the cashier or the camera. She does not describe Harmony as she feeds, piece by piece, food to Seamus, who is next to her in the backseat of the car. She does not describe seeking help from her friend she got drugs from. She doesn't describe any concern by her friend, Anthony Bordero, that she seems upset. And please keep close attention to Kayla's various descriptions of the car breaking down, where she claims that she and Adam first discovered that Harmony is dead. Kayla told the police that with Harmony in what would have been a critical, perhaps fatal condition in the back seat, the family decided to drive away from their corner in the back of the Colonial Village apartments. Yet, Kayla did not remember where they were going. Then the car broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm, and they discover Harmony's dead body in the back seat. Kayla talked about waving, honking, agitated drivers behind them around the car as Adam manhandles a dead child in the back seat into a duffel bag. And no one notices. Their car did break down on December 7th at the intersection of Webster and Elm. That is not in question here. And the family did walk back to Bodero's. But Harmony's body was already in the duffel bag, in the trunk, from when they discovered her death in the early hours of the night before. Yesterday, before we broke, the court gave you a partial set of instructions on how you are to go about deciding this case. Among them was an instruction on assessing the credibility of witnesses. It is up to you to determine the credibility of witnesses. But the judge did suggest an illustrative list of factors to consider in making that determination. One factor is whether what the witness said appeared reasonable. In discerning this, details matter. The details that are given and the details that are not. Is the witness pulling from a well, a true memory, or just making it up? Another factor the court has offered for your consideration is whether what the witness said is consistent with other evidence in the case. And that leads me to some of the science that was used in this case. Kayla also described Adam cleaning up blood spilled by Harmony with a kerchief. That lie was exposed by a special test that can reveal blood traces, even blood that was supposedly cleaned up. Luckily for the police, they were able to locate the broken down Sebring 2 years later. They're able to bring it to their lot at the police station, and they were able to search and test it with a special test that could detect invisible blood, blood that cannot be seen with the naked eye. No traces of blood, including on the back passenger seat, where Kayla said Harmony bled and Adam cleaned it up. In offering guidance in assessing witness credibility, another common sense factor offered by the court is whether the witness had a bias or motive to lie. There will be time during Kayla's testimony, during direct and cross, to explore the changes, the inconsistencies, and details within her story, both those that are there and those that are not. And you just heard about the science to also assist you in evaluating Kayla's claims. But here, what follows is an example of Kayla's motive to lie at play, of Kayla taking something true and twisting it to point the finger at Adam, yet hide her own involvement. In telling the police how Harmony's body was finally removed from their lives, Kayla described an incredibly disturbing treatment of Harmony's body, her remains in the refrigerator before being placed in the shower, under hot water, washing away the fluids. Kayla at first said it was all Adam, and he wouldn't even let her in the bathroom. But she slipped up, and fortunately the interviewers caught it. They caught the slip and they probed. Kayla had to admit that she was part of it too. She cut off Harmony's hoodie in the shower, and she and Adam bagged up Harmony's clothes. And when that was done, Kayla and Adam put her remains in another bag, with Kayla helping Adam to zip that bag up. You will hear that after Adam and Kayla permanently hid Harmony's remains, that their relationship became more frayed. Adam struggled with the loss of Harmony and his mental health suffering. Adam and Kayla separated briefly. That was in the spring of 2020 before reconciling. But Adam continued to spiral, and a year later was arrested after another episode. He went to rehab, then stayed at a sober house before going to Maine with Kelsey Small, which was where he was in December of 2021 when Kayla told him to return to New Hampshire and help her deal with the police. Joined with the murder and related charges is a second-degree assault charge. That allegation is that Adam knowingly caused bodily injury to Harmony in July of 2019 by striking her in the face with a fist. Harmony did get a black eye during the summer of 2019.
How?
And no question about it, Adam did react when he saw Harmony trying to smother her brother, jerking her away to stop her. But that is not what caused the black eye. On July 22nd of 2019, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, came up from Florida to the house. He saw Harmony's black eye, prompting a conversation about her. During this conversation, Adam told Kevin about a time when he walked in to find Harmony smothering then 5-month-old Declan. Harmony had her hand wrapped around his mouth, causing him to turn blue. Adam pushed Harmony away while checking on Declan. Then, a week later, upon returning to Florida, I believe it was July 29th, Kevin made a report to New Hampshire DCYF. And he told DCYF that Adam gave Harmony a black eye, conflating what Adam had said. A veteran caseworker, Demetrios Saros, responded that very same day, the 29th, to investigate. Though the encounter was brief, he did see Adam and Harmony outside the house getting into a car, and when he saw Harmony, he observed no concerns. He also followed up, paying another visit on August 7th. This time he did see a small red mark in Harmony's right eye and faded bruising under the eyelid. He spoke to Harmony alone, asked probing questions to find out what may or may not have happened, and then, after doing his job, left the visit satisfied that there was no substantiated evidence of abuse.
That's crazy.
I am getting ready to step down, but before I do, there is just
You do remember she's
one
dead,
more
right?
instruction I need to discuss.
Stuff.
The court has instructed you that you are to decide this case not on sympathy, but on the evidence and the evidence alone. This case involves the tragic and senseless death of Harmony, an innocent 5-year-old, and it triggers perfectly understandable, innate human emotions, and it would be inhuman not to feel them. But as was discussed during the jury selection process, and as you've been instructed by the court, you all have a difficult yet necessary task: deciding this case not on emotion, not on sympathy, but on the evidence. And after you have heard all the evidence, after you've heard all the evidence in this case and apply the facts to the law, you will know that Adam did not murder his daughter or engage in witness tampering with Kayla. Kayla was an equal participant in the cover-up. She alone knows how Harmony died, and she won't tell. At this trial's conclusion, we will ask you to follow the evidence you have heard and find Adam not guilty of murdering his daughter, witness tampering with Kayla, and second-degree assault.
Okay. That's the
Right,
strategy,
ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard
Morning break.
opening statements. As I told you when I gave you my preliminary instructions, we would generally be taking a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break, and I do look for natural breaking points in a trial to do that. I think this is one of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break now, so use the restroom, have a drink of water, and we'll come back in 15 minutes and begin the evidence. All right, all rise for the jurors, please.
All aboard. Okay. So that was interesting. For a lot of people that don't know the story, that opening was probably, even if you do know the story, but especially if it's the first time hearing it, you're probably like, what in the heck? A lot of it we've covered already on the channel as far as the opening.
Counsel, approach for just a minute.
I am redropping the video on Saturday. So people that want to rewatch the video, I'm dropping, it's an hour and 44 minute Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern. I did that based off of my audience demographics, timing when people are mostly out on Saturday on my channel. So 3 p.m. is a good time, I guess. Maybe I'll drop a little earlier, but 3 p.m. So we'll do that again for people that missed that. I don't know how long she's taking a break. We could go over some of the timeline. I'll give him a second here. But so yeah, they're pointing the finger at Kayla, which shouldn't be surprising. Let me play the clip from yesterday. Actually, Vic took this clip yesterday. I should have posted it on Twitter. I didn't know that people were. Well, yeah, just needed to listen. I'm really not looking to have a bunch of mods over there.
Admit to each and every element of the offense of falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse. Is that okay? And did you speak with your lawyers?
So he admitted to falsifying evidence and abuse of corpse, and when he came out with that, you know, it's kind of like, oh, he's gonna point the finger at somebody, right? Because I'm like, what is the possible defense that this guy's gonna use? How is he gonna try to wiggle? Thank you, 15 minutes. How's he gonna wiggle his way out of this? Point the finger at Kayla. Kayla has lied before. She was charged with perjury. So as far as defense, it's not a bad move. I don't believe still that she killed him, just my own personal opinion. Though I'm curious to see how she's gonna do when she takes the stand. They're gonna grill her ass. So I'm really, really curious to see what she's gonna say. To me, I mean, and they're gonna show Adam's demeanor. To me, Adam's demeanor is not somebody that lost their child. When they find him in that car with his ex or whatever, and they're chilling, and like, yo, do you know where your daughter's at? I have clips of that too, where I showed it on that video that I did. his whole demeanor was nonchalant, don't give a F. Somebody that does not give a F that their daughter's been missing, all sorts of stuff too. The interrogation, just there's so many things. The way he walks into court smiling, loud. He doesn't take the shit serious. This is a, I don't know. And of course, people are asking, did he show up today? No, he did not show up today. I wonder if he's watching from his jail cell. You know, for all this stuff that he's done, he's just a coward hiding and won't even show his face in court. Will he show up at some point? I don't know, because they're going to ask every day. They're going to ask every day, do you want to come to court? They're going to ask him every day. In the morning, they're calling him. And so if he does, then they'll send a van over or whatever to pick him up. But the court's going on with or without him. And this was somebody. This guy made a really funny post. We've been talking about the Jennifer Cumley thing for a while and how parents are freaking out. So somebody replied and said, we ordered 2 dog kennels and just started crate training our kids. On the bright side, this case now provides parents another reason, in addition to because I told you so. Now parents can tell their kids, you better eat all your veggies, clean your room, or we'll be arrested. Because people are just taking things to the extreme. Anyway, the Kayla thing, or the black guy stuff, for me, I have to hold out and wait and see before I feel real sympathetic for this woman, because this woman supposedly watched this little girl be murdered and her kids are there too. And the kids, I think, were in the car. And then they're like moving the Harmony's body around and you got your kids. At some point, I don't know. You probably, maybe you are a DV victim. I don't know. But at some point, you're going to grab your kids and get the hell out of there. I don't know. I mean, this guy moved the body around for months, but I want to try to hold and reserve judgment a little bit. I'm going to try because I don't know if this chick, like Vic was saying, is being fully honest or she's just saving her own skin, slithering out to save herself. I don't know. You know, pointing fingers and stuff. I have a hard time grasping some of this. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see when she testifies. She's already lied under oath, which the defense made a good point to point that out. I believe Adam did this shit, but I'm also trying to look at this as like the jury that supposedly is supposed to be, you know, unbiased and not know this. Well, not necessarily not know the story, but be unbiased. How they're looking at this, and if you've already been charged for perjury and you are a known liar, okay, you've been charged for that shit, and now we're using your testimony, which is really, her testimony is really crucial. That could have some type of whatever. They're gonna have to help her out, I guess, and like corroborate the stuff that she's saying because you're already a known liar under oath. So yeah, I'm really interested to see her testimony. I'm really interested to see the cousins. Not the cousins. Harmony's uncle, which is Adam's brother. I'm curious to see his testimony because he's the one that said he had gone over to the house and he saw Harmony with the black and blue. This CPS people are just so useless too. DCYF or whatever they call them. I mean, I don't know. And so the defense is trying to claim that Harmony was like choking or suffocating the other child. And so that's why Adam went and like hit her. Or, well, they said pushed her, and that's how she got the black eye or whatever, which I don't believe that story either. But that's what he's claiming. Like we can look at a little bit of this timeline. It's a pretty vast timeline. I think we have a little bit of time to go down some of this. This is a great article by WMUR. We go down some of this timeline. Oh, she was in court yesterday. Kitty says the bio mom looks totally different now. She was in court yesterday. I was watching some crime last night. She got long bleached blonde hair and lost some weight. Oh, interesting. June 2014, Harmony is born. Crystal Soare is her sole caretaker, and her father, Adam Montgomery, is in prison. Which, by the way, remind me later, maybe on the next break, we'll have to talk about the time he shot somebody in the head. We'll get to that at some point. August 2014, and Bill, if you're watching, I don't know if Bill's here or not, if you could maybe, or somebody else, when you have a chance, if you find the article, send it to me. that'd be good to go over later. So August 2014 to January 2018, Harmony was removed from Sore's care 3 times because of neglect related to drug use. According to Massachusetts report, Harmony visits her father in prison twice in January and July 2015. So we know Harmony's mother had issues before. I believe she fixed herself up now, but this is the unfortunate, I guess, maybe consequences. I guess there's this. Not to say that you're struggling, this was going to happen, but because of this stuff, this guy ended up getting her, Harmony, and this guy was all around drugs too. So September 2015, Adam Montgomery is released from prison and moves to New Hampshire. September 2016, 1 year after his release, Adam contacts the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families for the first time to resume visits with Harmony. February 2017, after visiting with Harmony once per month for 5 months, Adam Montgomery stops responding to DCF requests for further meetings. So he just running the shit. DCF ain't shit. August 2018, Adam Montgomery meets with Harmony for the first time in 11 months and the 9th time of her life. So it's the 9th time he's seen her. He contacted DCF in September 2017 and after a 7-month period with no contact. That's crazy. He contacted DCF in September 2017 after a 7-month period with no contact. July 2018, Crystal Sore, mother of Harmony Montgomery, loses custody of her daughter in Massachusetts. Sore later tells police she lost custody because of drug addiction issues, and Harmony was placed in a foster home in Harville. That's so just like sad that girl, her whole life has just been, December 19, 2018, the Massachusetts Department of Children and Family requests a home study by the New Hampshire Division of Children, Youth and Families at the Montgomery's home in Manchester. The request did not include the necessary information to necessitate a home study, New Hampshire officials say. The request did not necessitate information. Okay. February 2019, Harmony's father, Adam, is granted legal custody of the girl by a family court judge in Lawrence, Massachusetts. DCYF officials are notified of the custody decision before it receives the additional information requested for the home study. Easter 2019, Sore says she spoke to her daughter on a FaceTime call around this time. She says this was the last time she saw Harmony. July 29, 2019, DCYF receives an anonymous call alleging abuse. The caller says Harmony had a black eye. This is probably the uncle. A black eye when the caller visited the Guilford Street home in Manchester the week before. A child protective service worker visits the home and emails Manchester police to say no eye injury was observed. Even though supposedly they said there was I think the defense said there was like a mark or something, but everything was fine, I guess. August 7, 2019, a child protective service worker visits the home again and interviews Harmony and Adam and Kayla. The worker notes, a red mark in Harmony's eye and faded bruising under her eyelid. Adam Montgomery says the mark was caused when she was struck by a toy while playing with a sibling. The caseworker also speaks to Sore, who tells the agency she lost custody of Harmony to Adam. August 1st, 2019. As you can see, this is an extensive timeline. August 1st, 2019, the final visit from Child Protective Service worker to the Guilford Street house. The worker reports the children appeared happy and healthy. The assessment concludes that the report of abuse was unfounded, but the family was at high risk for future child welfare concerns. How? I wonder what was that? High risk for future child welfare concerns. Everything's fine, but high risk. Okay. November or December 2019, according to Kayla, Adam told her around this time that he was taking Harmony to Lowell, Massachusetts, where her mother lives. Kayla Montgomery later tells police that this is the last time she saw Harmony. When looking to learn more about Harmony's disappearance, police narrow the time to November 28th to December 10th, 2019. Investigators later revealed they believe Harmony was killed early December 2019. January 8th, 2020, a referral was received by DCYF. About the Montgomery household, Adam Montgomery tells a child protective service worker that Harmony is living with her mother in Massachusetts since Thanksgiving 2019. So, okay, Thanksgiving 2019. January 21st, 2020, the Child Protective Service worker leaves a voicemail for Sore to confirm Harmony's address. Officials say Sore did not return the call. September 2021, a person close to Sore contacts DCYF and raises concerns that Sore hasn't seen Harmony since 2019. We're now in 2021. Okay. DCYF confirms Harmony has never been registered for school in Manchester. DCYF attempts to locate the Montgomery family. November 18, 2021. Sore calls Manchester police saying she hasn't seen her daughter since Easter 2019 FaceTime call. Manchester police say their phone records indicate that this is the only call the police department has received from Sore. So that's a big thing because I thought, and people that have been following this, might know more. I think Sore had said that supposedly she had reported this multiple times to CPS. I don't know about police, but over here, the police are claiming that this is the only call that they got from Sore. Okay, so we're talking again from Sore. Sore calls Manchester police saying she hasn't seen her daughter since Easter 2019 FaceTime call. And again, she lost her custody. So, Manchester police say their phone records indicate that this is the only call the department had received from Sore. December 27, 2021, DCYF notifies Manchester police they're unable to locate Harmony. Police start the search for Harmony's father. December 29, 2021, Sore sends a letter to Manchester Mayor Joyce Craig begging for help finding her daughter. Okay. December 31st, 2021, detectives find Adam Montgomery living in his car with his new girlfriend, which now she's dead. I believe maybe an OD. Police describe him as uncooperative and refusing to provide information on Harmony's whereabouts. Police also interviewed Kayla Montgomery. Manchester police hold a press conference announcing the search for Harmony. So just the amount of time that's passed is crazy. Okay. So January 4, 2022, Adam Montgomery is arrested and charged with second-degree assault, interference with custody, and endangering the welfare of a child. January 6, 2022, Kayla Montgomery is arrested and charged with a felony welfare fraud. This charge is later dropped with a new felony charge of theft is filed. March 13, 2022, Kelsey Small, a woman who was dating Harmony Montgomery's father before his arrest, is found dead in Manchester. She did not face charges in connection with the case, and her death is not considered suspicious. I think she OD'd. She was in a hotel. April 4th, 2022, Adam Montgomery is arrested on new charges of theft by unauthorized taking for allegedly stealing a rifle and a shotgun, 2 charges of receiving stolen property for allegedly receiving or retaining the rifle and shotgun, 2 charges of felon in possession for allegedly possessing the rifle and shotgun after having been convicted of 1 or more qualifying felonies, and 2 charges of armed career criminal for allegedly possessing the rifle and shotgun after having been convicted of 3 or more qualifying felonies. And he had a whole trial for that and all that stuff. And that whole thing was a mess too. I think we covered a little bit of it. There's a whole mess, just drugs everywhere. April 12, 2022, Kayla is charged with 2 counts of receiving stolen property in connection to the alleged theft of the firearms. I think she snitched in that trial too, or gave a proffer testimony, whatever. Investigators say there is no evidence that the charges are related to Harmony's disappearance. And yeah, so it just kind of goes on. Kayla Montgomery is arrested on perjury charges June 3rd, 2022. She is accused of lying during grand testimony about when and where she was at work during the window of time that Harmony Montgomery was last seen and accounted for. That's a big deal. She's accused of lying during grand testimony about when and where she was at work during the window of that Harmony Montgomery was last seen and accounted for. Okay. So there, see, we look at the body cam. I want to see the body cam. I think we saw this already, but
ready for a new AC or heating system? Just call Heritage Home Service.
I'm not ready. Boom, 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 boom.
What's your name, my man? Adam. Adam. This police body cam video obtained by News 9 Investigates was taken on December 31st, 2021, the day Manchester police announced a missing persons investigation for Harmony Montgomery.
On top of your head.
This was the first interaction between Adam Montgomery and Manchester police after officers located him sleeping in a car in Manchester's Wolf Park. In the video, officers ask Montgomery about his daughter's whereabouts.
You just need to find out where she is. That's all I'm concerned about. If you're not in any trouble right now that I know of, I'll go. Give no warrants. I'll go. So, where's your daughter so we can check on her to make sure that she's okay?
Right now, I have nothing to say.
But that's not what I'm just asking where she is.
I have nothing to say.
The interaction lasts about 45 minutes before Montgomery is sent on his way. Police track Montgomery down again later that day, serving him with a court order to produce Harmony.
Some detectives want to speak with you. Just being detained at this point.
5 days later, Montgomery is arrested on charges including second-degree assault for allegedly abusing Harmony. During an interview with detectives, Montgomery is asked several times about his daughter.
This isn't going to go anywhere. Like, this isn't going to stop. So,
No, no, it's not.
So,
So
either get on the bus now or get run over.
Well, I got nothing else to say.
And so Montgomery's lawyers argue that he repeatedly told police he did not want to speak with them, but detectives continued to question him, essentially violating his rights. Prosecutors have said that any statements Montgomery gave were done so voluntarily. A judge, by the way, has not decided if these recordings will be used in court.
I wonder. Can you go over the story behind? I mean, I don't know the whole story behind Sore. We could look into it. That timeline is kind of the basic gist of it. That she had some drug problems. She said she was dealing with addiction, and she lost custody of her child. Harmony was born June 2014, and January 2018, I think she lost custody of her child. Child got put into foster care. But I mean, I could try to, if you want to, at some point, one of these days, I could start looking into it if you guys want more information about that. Sore, what's her other name? Sore. It's Crystal Sore, I think. Yeah, Crystal Sore. We could look a little bit into it, I guess. Parrot looks fake. Let's see this article here. She claims she was trying to warn them about the father, but I don't know who.
You have the new exhibit.
Yes.
Because that one article said that she called the police one time, I guess. And that was way later. I think the main question is popping is, where was she while she was missing? I don't know. I know that they did cooperate with her boyfriend, the biological mother's boyfriend. I know a certain time period they did corroborate that they were living together. And I don't think it has anything to do with the biological mother. That's where people are going. I think it's clearly between Kayla and Adam. But there was I don't know if I have it here. Police did talk with the mother. She was in a different city, I think, to her town or something. But they corroborated with the mother's boyfriend. The boyfriend I don't think had even ever met. They were living together at the time, I think. They had never even met Harmony, the boyfriend.
If you have a witness advocate, they can bring them in. I'm going to bring the jurors in.
Almost because who calls once and then goes to the mayor for help? That's true. Who calls once and goes to the mayor for help? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the police scrubbed it. Oh, they're cuddling. I'm not sure why they're not using the bigger bed, because they have a bigger bed, but they're all snuggled up.
Right.
Didn't he ask to keep her over the holiday 3 weekend? And she said yes. I can look into that. He had full custody, I think, of Harmony, so I don't know why he'd have to ask, but maybe that's how I don't know.
Please be seated. When the state is ready, you may call your first.
This a cop or something? Let's see. That would have been gangster. They started with Kayla. I'd be like, yes. Let's see who's this. Not cop though.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the
They bumped the volume up for you guys.
will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? You can make yourself comfortable in the property. There's a microphone in front of you. I'm just going to ask that you speak into that so that everyone can hear what you're saying. Can you begin by stating and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep. Michelle Raftery, Raftery.
And what's your date of birth, Ms. Rafferty?
9/11/70,
Where do you currently live?
Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
In Haverhill, about 25 years.
Who do you live there with?
My husband and 3 of my children.
And what's your husband's name?
Timothy.
And your children? What
The
are
ones
their
that are home?
ages?
Oh, their ages?
Yes.
Ben's 25, Jaden is 14, and Claire is 13.
And do you have children that live with you?
Those are the ones that live with me. Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a behavioral health partner
And how long have you done that?
for a year.
Prior to that, what did you do for a living?
I was a FRL, a family resource liaison.
And can you explain what that is to the jurors?
Yes, I work with foster parents and I help support them and run support groups and trainings for them.
Do you have any experience as a foster parent yourself?
Yes, I do. Over 13 years.
And can you tell the jury about that experience?
Yes, we had the privilege of being Harmony's foster parents.
Oh.
And you mentioned the name Harmony just now.
Yep.
Who is she to you?
She was our foster daughter.
What did she call you?
Mama.
Your husband, Tim, what did she call him?
She called him Dada and Papa.
You said that you'd been a foster parent for 13 years?
Yep.
What point in that time when those 13 years did you take Harmony in?
Probably halfway through. Probably halfway through the years. Yep. So she came to us at 2014.
And tell us about that.
Yep. So you always start off, you get a phone call from DCF and they tell you a little bit about the child. And Harmony was 2 months old at the time. And she had a pretty intimidating diagnosis at first. So, I did a lot of Google research, but I still knew that we wanted to say yes. And Harmony came and lived with us when she was 2 months old.
Pretty intimidating. What were you told about Harmony before?
So we were told that she has hydroprocephaly, which is like a disorder with her brainstem. And we were told that she was legally blind in both eyes, and that she probably wasn't going to live 7 months.
Jeez.
I'm sorry, can you say that last thing?
Yeah, that she probably wasn't going to live past 7 months old. Hydroprocephaly was the original first diagnosis.
You mentioned this blindness.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us about that?
So at that time, she had a whole team of doctors, and she was considered legally blind in both eyes. However, I started to notice when I would feed Harmony that she would track me with one of her eyes, at least one of her eyes. And, then we went on to get different diagnoses for her.
You mentioned having Harmony since she was 2 months old.
Yes.
What was Harmony's date of birth?
6/7/14.
June 7th, 2014.
That's correct.
What kind of child was Harmony Montgomery?
She was a loving child. She was very sweet, very happy. She was super social. She loved to be with people. We used to joke around with her to leave a sparkle wherever she went, because wherever she went, she left people happy, and you knew that you met her.
How long was Harmony in your care for?
So which time? We took care of Harmony 3 times. She came back into care 3 times. So for the first time, she was with us for about 2 months. Then she returned to her mother, and then she returned to us. And then she stayed with us for about a little over 2.5 years. And then she went back with her mother and then came back 10 months later.
You mentioned these disabilities.
Yes.
Was Harmony developmentally delayed?
She was not. It definitely could have been a possibility. She started off with that original diagnosis, and through going through testing, she had a neurologist, endocrinologist, ophthalmologist, and we had a whole team of specialists that worked with her, and they changed the diagnosis to septo-optic dysplasia.
And were you taking any steps when she was in your care to treat her needs?
Yeah, absolutely. Harmony had, like I said, a team of doctors, but she also had early intervention workers. So she had 2. She had a nurse that came weekly, and she had a vision specialist that came weekly, and we did all the treatments and the programs that she needed with that.
Was she meeting benchmarks at that time?
She was meeting every benchmark. She was succeeding, yeah.
Ms. Rafferty, when was the last time you saw Harmony Montgomery?
The last time I saw Harmony was December of 2018.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to bring the foster. It makes sense, though. Wow.
Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 97. Ms. Rafferty, do you recognize this?
I do.
I'm going to get close to a microphone so I'm picked up. What is this?
The day that they were doing school pictures, and she wanted to have a sparkly blue dress.
And do you recognize the person that's depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Who is it?
It's Harmony Montgomery.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Harmony as you remember her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to admit as State's Exhibit 97.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish at this
You
point.
may
Your Honor.
publish it.
Mrs. Rafferty, do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
I do. Yes.
How do you know him?
He was Harmony's biological father.
Would you recognize the defendant if you saw him again?
Absolutely.
Your Honor,
You may.
show the defense was been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 101. I approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Rafferty,
Yes.
do you recognize this item?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
It's Adam Montgomery.
And Your Honor, at this point, is this
It's
a fair
a picture, yeah.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Adam Montgomery as you remember him?
Yes.
I move to mark as full, Your Honor, to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 101.
Any objection?
No objection, and we agree that that is a photo of the.
Thank you. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish it at this
You
point.
may publish.
Maybe the sound keeps going up and down type of thing, but showing that up to everybody.
Ms. Rafferty was.
I'm sorry, Attorney Knowles, would you return the exhibits back to the table when you're done with them, just so that everything remains there, unless you're going to use it shortly
Absolutely.
again? Thank you.
Miss Rafferty, was Harmony potty trained when she was in your care?
Yes, she was. She started at our house and then she finished when she moved back with her mother.
And how old would she have been at that point in her life?
So at 2.5, going on 3, she was potty trained.
What steps did you take to, you said she started at your house. What steps did you take to potty train her?
Harmony was very easy to potty train. She didn't like to have, soiled clothes on, and she wanted to be like the bigger kids that were in our house. So she would tell us that it was pretty much Harmony potty trained herself.
You mentioned her mother. Do you know her name?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors?
Yes, it's Crystal Sorey.
And you said that Crystal Sorey finished her potty training?
Yes.
Did Harmony return to your care after that?
She did, yes.
And after Harmony returned to your care, did she have any bathroom accidents?
Absolutely not.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
I was trying to take a look too. It looks like all the cameras are the same.
Have any additional questions for you? The defense attorney may.
Oh, pretty quick.
Thank you. Good morning.
But I know this is difficult and I won't be long, okay?
I'm sorry. We need to get you a microphone.
Yeah, we need mics. Oof, it's so like the audio is so like it's up here, then it's like down here.
Just take it over for now. I only have a few.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to start there.
There you go. Amazing. Yes, get her a mic so we can hear. Yeah, Danielle, maybe the foster mom, Harmony would have been better off with the foster mom for sure.
I've been pronouncing your name all this time wrong. Rafterty?
It's Raftery, yes.
And quite a birthday that you have too.
That's right.
Yeah. So you said that you had Harmony placed with you 3 times.
Yes.
In between, she was with her mother.
Yes.
And then she would be returned to you.
Yes.
And how long was the most recent time how long was she with you the last time she was placed with you?
About 10 months.
And from being placed with you for about 10 months, she went to another foster care?
Yes.
And you felt like she had more needs than you could deliver, so she went to a therapeutic foster care?
No.
Miss Kumba? That's not?
I don't know that other foster parent.
Ah, okay. So she didn't go to therapeutic foster care?
She went to another foster home.
Okay. Not a therapeutic one?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Had you asked that she be placed in a therapeutic foster home?
No.
Okay. She left your home for another foster home for what reason?
The long story. Co-parenting a child that has trauma, first of all, is very difficult. Co-parenting a trauma with DCF involvement and co-parenting with them is extremely difficult.
Okay. So Harmony was placed with you 3 times, and that last time she was then placed to a therapeutic foster home.
She was placed in another foster home, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I did speak. She went to another foster home.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, no further questions for this witness. I'd ask that she be excused.
Any objection? All right. You may step down and
Thank
you are
you.
excused.
So what I got from that is it's almost like they were trying to say that Harmony was, well, for the second one, like this woman couldn't handle her, that she was a problem, and so they had to go to a therapeutic special type of. Even though she said she doesn't know of that, though, you know. Okay, let's see here. Oh, perfect. In 2014, Adam Montgomery was charged with armed assault to murder after Haverhill investigators say he shot a man in the head during a drug deal. Everything is drugs, right? What did I say yesterday, right? Everything around this story is drugs. This was roughly 6 months before Harmony Montgomery was born. So imagine that. He still got custody of this. We'll talk when we get a break. I don't want to start reading too much, and then we're going to have to stop and pause. But BL had sent me that. We'll talk more about that on one of the breaks. Oh, she sent me some articles, too. We can go over about that arrest. Okay, first degree versus second degree. First degree murder usually falls into one of the following two categories: premeditated, intentional killings, like stalking someone before murdering them, and then felony murder. Second degree murder is generally either an unplanned, intentional, it says an unplanned or intentional killing, reacting in the heat of the moment when angry, a death caused by reckless disregard for a human life. So I think in this case, maybe it's just easier to prove second degree murder. You know, there's no body, and now you have two people going at each other. So maybe proof premeditation could be harder, maybe. So it's probably easier to charge for the second one, second degree murder. That's my guess. Ooh. Okay. Oh, man. So Senator DM me on Discord. He gave me an update. Yeah, so for those that have been watching, you know, we have the second channel here too. So make sure you check out Ikid Mel's. It's just Ikid Mel space CC. I'll put the link in the chat too, because we do extra content and live streams over there as well. Especially during the trial, we use up a lot of notifications here, or if there's like an issue and the stream gets disconnected, I want to have like extra in case. Anyway, one of the extra stories we covered yesterday was the Marines, the helicopter that got with 5 Marines that went missing. They ended up finding a location, but then they couldn't really get to it. The weather's horrible out there in Cali. And so Sinner had sent me the link that 5 Marines confirmed dead. So, you know, really, really sucks. But we kind of figured probably that was the likely outcome. And Flossie had messaged me yesterday too, kind of theorizing that maybe it was something like the Kobe thing, the Kobe Bryant. You know, horrible weather, almost very low visibility. Shouldn't be like driving. Sorry, not flying. Instead of driving, flying out there. So, and there was supposed to be a press conference yesterday, and we sat there for like 30 minutes. And nothing happened. Maybe that's why they didn't have it. Maybe they found the bodies, and you know, maybe they wanted to tell families and stuff like that. You know, who knows? But confirmed the Marines members of the Wings Marine Heavy Helicopter Squadron 361 had died. That's crazy, man. And you think with like the technology today, even though that chopper I hear is kind of been a long running one, the Super Stallion helicopter, and it was actually, they were getting ready to kind of fizzle it out, I thought too. Fizzle out that helicopter. Heavy duty, I think it said it can carry up to 50 something people in there, heavy transport. So, yeah. That's the update on that. I think later today too, we're gonna update the story with the house burning. There's like 6 to 8 people missing. I'm wondering if all those bodies are in that house. That this guy killed all these people and then burnt the house down, maybe killed himself. I don't know. So we're definitely gonna check that later.
Did we call his next witness?
Yeah, I heard him, Boone. Yeah.
It's Crystal Sorry to the stand.
Oh, Crystal! Biological mom. Oh, this is big. Let's say Crystal. I think Crystal Sorry. That's her.
When you get here, if you could just remain standing for a brief.
Sure.
If you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Sawyer, since we're being recorded here today, and there's a microphone right in front of you, so I will ask you to please keep your voice up to make sure that the recording picks you up. Would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name?
My name is Crystal Renee Sorey, Crystalsorey.
And Ms. Sorey, what town do you live in?
I live in Fitchburg, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived there?
A year and 5 months.
And how far did you go in school?
I didn't graduate high school.
I'd like to ask you about a specific day, June 7th, 2014. What significance, if any, does that day have for you?
It was the day my daughter Harmony was born.
And Harmony was a girl, correct?
Yes.
Have you had any other daughters besides Harmony?
No.
What was her full name?
Harmony Renee Montgomery.
Same middle name as you?
Yes.
Okay. What was her medical condition when she was born?
She was blind in her right eye. She was misdiagnosed twice before that. Yeah, just blind in her right eye.
And after about 3 months after she was born, who did she go to live with?
Michelle Rafferty.
And do you know Michelle?
Very well.
Why did she go to live with Michelle?
I am a recovering drug addict. I was struggling at the time, handling her diagnosis. I was struggling.
Is it fair to say that who you are now in 2024 is different than who you were in 2014?
Very.
In March of 2016, were you able to obtain custody of Harmony again?
Yes.
Okay. Where did the two of you live?
First, when she reunified, I was at Casa Esperanza in Roxbury. It was a reunification program, but you could only progress so much there. So then we moved to Ruth Kelly Umi's house on the other side of Roxbury, Dorchester.
Okay. When the two of you were living together, how was Harmony?
Amazing, rambunctious, very smart. By the time she was 2, she could tell you her whole life story.
She was talkative?
Yes. People didn't believe she was 2.
When you got custody and were reunified with Harmony in those two places, did you work and finish potty training with Harmony?
Yes,
okay.
I did.
And how did she take to that?
She did very well, honestly. I was kind of surprised. She was just really excited to be a big sister. Her brother had diapers, and I told her, babies wear diapers, and you're not a baby anymore. You're a big sissy. So she was right on it, and she did so well.
In September and then October, I know you were reunified in March of 2016. In September and October of 2018, did she go to live again with Michelle Rafter?
Yes.
And when she left then, that would be the fall of 2018, how old was she?
2018. 3. I believe 3, almost 4.
Yeah, basis?
It's leading and would, I think, today's.
Your Honor, I believe the question was, how old was she in the fall of 2018?
Objections overruled.
Thank you. So she was born in 2014, is that correct?
She was 4, yes.
Okay, so she was 4 in 18.
Yes.
And was she fully potty trained when she left you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, who was Harmony's birth father?
Adam Montgomery.
And how did you meet him?
Through a mutual friend.
Was he living with you when Harmony was born?
No.
Were the two of you living together when Harmony went to live with the Raftertys?
Never.
Did you ever have any other children with Adam Montgomery?
No.
At some point in 2019, who got custody of Harmony?
Adam.
Where was Adam living at the time?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Do you remember what street he was living on?
Guilford Street.
And is that where Harmony was as well?
Yes.
What, if any, visits did you have with Harmony after she went to live with Adam Montgomery?
I had 2 physical visits with her. And then I had 2 FaceTime calls, both very brief.
The physical visits, where did you visit her?
Excuse me. Guilford Street.
Did you visit with her outside the home or inside the home?
Inside the home.
Inside the home. Did you see where her room was?
No. He never showed me.
When you say he, who is he?
Adam never showed me. I was only allowed in the living room or the bathroom.
How did you communicate with Adam at that time?
Facebook.
Facebook?
Yeah, he wouldn't give me his number.
When did you last see Harmony?
April.
April
2019.
April of 2019?
Yeah, right before Easter.
How did you see her?
Oh, I was doing a Facebook video call. That was how I had job training. So I couldn't do a physical visit that week because I didn't know my schedule.
You said that was before Easter, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see her on Easter?
Yes.
Were you able to see her after that?
No.
What did you try to do to be able to see her or talk to her after that?
I just kept reaching out to Adam and Kayla and, asking, begging them to let me see her. And I was sorry for whatever I did. I wasn't even sure what I did. But I was just trying to reach out to really anybody at that point, his family, his grandmother, his uncle, his dad, anybody.
Let me ask, did you try to reach out through the months of May and June?
Yes.
What about in July?
I believe so.
Did you receive any phone call from Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, in July?
Yes.
I'm not going to go into the detail of what was said, but after that call, did you continue these efforts you talked about before, trying to get in touch with Adam?
Yes.
And what about September of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
What about October and November of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
Christmas of 2019?
Yes.
In touch with him then?
Yes.
Were any of those successful?
No.
Did you see or hear from Harmony at all during that time period?
No.
What about in the year 2020? Did you continue to try to find and get in touch with Harmony or Adam?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No problem. What about the following year, in the year 2020? Did you try to get a hold of Adam and Harmony?
Yes, I had made a new Facebook hoping, because he had blocked me and so did Kayla, I was hoping to get through to him that way.
Did you try also through 2021?
Yes.
by December of 2021, what else were you doing to try to find Harmony?
I was
to respond.
I was, calling DCF. I was, telling my therapist, talking to anybody that I knew was either a mandated reporter or had some type of leverage because I wasn't getting anywhere. I had wrote also to the mayor.
And in December of 2021, did you have any meetings with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry.
Yep. In December of 2021, did you meet with the Manchester Police Department about trying to find Harmony?
Yes.
And with regards to that, did you provide them with any permissions to try to get more information to help find Harmony?
I signed whatever they needed me to sign.
Did any of that include medical authorizations for medical records?
Yes.
Did you provide a DNA swab for them?
Twice.
Did you provide permission for them to look at your Facebook account?
Yes.
Did you provide permission for them to find out where you had been living and contact those places to confirm your dates there?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you. It's been marked State's Exhibit 101.
For identification?
Your Honor, I believe we made this.
I'm sorry. That's full exhibit. Thank you.
Do you recognize this person?
Yes. Adam Montgomery.
This is the person that you were trying to get a hold of.
Yes.
Now, State's Exhibit 97.
That's my girl. That's Harmony.
In fall of 2018, when she went back to Rockies, do you know that she was going to school?
When she was with Michelle, she was, but not after. No.
Explain what you mean by that.
When she went with Adam, she never went to school.
Sorry, Your Honor, we could have.
Okay, they muted. They got a lot of little weird audio stuff going on. I wonder how the defense is are they gonna poke any holes or try to do anything, or a lot of times they might not, because it might not look favorable to the jury. But yeah, interesting. Mom's testifying. So far we have the foster parent and biological mother testify. We'll see how this goes. I didn't realize she was so involved in trying to find her and knowing she was missing and talking to people trying to find her daughter. Well, so far I think they've said that she was trying to call Adam, and then I think in 2021 she, I guess, reached the police station. I don't know how many times. The police station claimed it was once, but who knows? Who knows what it really is, Maybe they'll ask.
Sorry, I just have one last question for you. With regards to all of those communications that you talked about through 2019, 2020, 2021, trying to get a hold of Adam Montgomery or Harmony, for any of those, were you ever able to speak with Harmony?
No.
I can have just a moment.
The thing is too is that he got full custody of Harmony, so she's almost kind of powerless, I guess, after what happened. So
just clarify, Ms. Sori, the last time that you saw her, I believe your testimony before was April of 2019?
Yes.
Sister.
So it was not around Thanksgiving time of 2019?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Ms. Sori. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
No, they need something. Maybe they should hook up two microphones. They got like that old school. They got to drag this thing around and get the podium and stuff. And
I'll pull it out after this because I only have a couple of questions. And it sounds like Harmony was a lovely child and a joy. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described on direct her getting potty trained and you comparing her to her brother.
Yeah.
Your son.
Yes.
And I think she loved being a big sister to her brother, your son.
Yes.
Right. And you described how old Harmony was in September of 2018, I think. Harmony was not living with you at that time. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Right. You may sit down. Just be very careful of the water. Okay.
okay. Let's see who's next.
Call your next witness.
Interesting so far. We'll see what we got. Is it going to be cops or still closely related people? Or break or lunchtime. I don't know. I would assume they take lunch at 12 or something. I don't know.
Just keep it to the side a little so that when the witnesses are going through that's fine. Angle, so I'm not going to touch it. No, good. I got that. Will you handle this? Thank you so much.
State's next witness, Travers, I believe the defense counsel indicated yesterday outside the court that they wish to
Hold on.
that they wish to speak with you.
Let's see if I can. Oh. All right, so they're going back and forth about the next witness. Let me see. Kind of audio do we have here?
Harmony did get a black eye during the summer of.
That sounds a little bit better, that one. Let's try this one. Thank you guys for stopping by today. If you could hit the like button as well, I'd appreciate that. Help out in the algorithm. Thank you for the new members: Witchy Poo, Tricky Vicky, Karen Yelecki, Val, Wonder Woman, Colleen Slater. Thank you so much. Cheech Brown, thank you for the membership. Says love watching Mel. Thank you. And Mandy, thank you so much for gifting the memberships earlier. I think it was it 5 or 10? I don't know if you're still in the chat. Looks like 10 here. Thank you for the 10 memberships. Let me confirm. Yeah, I think it was 10. Thank you so much. Yeah, he's Adam is a no-show again today. They have to ask him every day if they're going to call him and ask him if he wants to show up. I think he's probably watching from his cell. Doesn't want to show up to court. I wonder, they're going to force him for sentencing, right? I think he has to be there. Oh, shoot. Oh, man. Somebody on Twitter said 2020 and 2021, she waited and tried to get in touch with Adam, but obviously it wasn't working, so why wait so effing long? I don't know. Oh, God. don't know, bro. Yeah, I mean. He's only has to come to the sentencing. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know why he gets an option.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will be Travers to stand.
All right, next witness. Oh, they spoke about it, Il Chola? Well, we got 2 stories to update. We need to do those today after
You
the trial.
solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Travers, let me just ask you, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name or the initials you go by and your last name for the record?
Sure. My first name is DD, just spelled as DD. Last name is Travers, Trab as in Victor, ERS.
And Ms. Travers, do you live in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived here?
Approximately 20 years.
20 years. And currently, where do you work?
I work for a Catholic Medical Center in Manchester.
What do you do for them?
Currently, I work as a nurse practitioner.
And how long have you been working as a nurse practitioner for them?
I've been working about 5 years as a nurse practitioner.
And prior to that, were you also working for CMC in a different capacity?
Yes, I was working as a registered nurse.
Let me ask you, at any point were you assigned to work at the affiliate for Catholic Medical Center, the urgent care in Bedford?
Yes.
And I'd like to direct your attention specifically to June 2nd of 2019. Did you take vital signs from a child named Harmony Montgomery that day?
Yes.
And as part of those vital signs, did you measure and record her weight?
Yes.
How much did Harmony Montgomery, the patient that you saw that day, weigh when you saw her on June 2nd of 2019?
I don't recall the actual number.
Let me ask, with regards to those, when you measured her weight, did you record that information somewhere?
I would record it in the electronic health records.
Okay. And with regards to the electronic health records, when do you record that? So,
Generally, it's done in the room with the patient.
So right then and there, while you're with the patient, you're recording that?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you had a chance to look at those records, do you think that looking at those records might help refresh your recollection as to what the weight was that you took on that day?
If I could look again, I could remember the number. Yeah, that'd be great.
Page 4822. Do you recognize that to include the medical records that you entered that day?
Yep, it has my name right there.
Okay. And I'm about to say, I'm going to have you go ahead and take a look at it for a moment. And when you're ready, just look back at me. I'm going to ask you what her weight was.
Okay.
And does that, looking at that, does that help refresh your recollection of the weight?
Yes.
And how much did Harmony Montgomery weigh in June of 2019 when you measured her?
35.20.
35.20. And are those grams, those pounds? The
I'm sorry, I didn't look at that. I apologize.
That's all right. I'm sorry. The 35.20, is that pounds? 35 pounds? or 35.20 pounds, I should say.
I didn't actually see that it said pounds on there, but
Okay. Let me ask, do you typically, when you do your measurements, are they in pounds or are they in kilograms?
they're usually in kilograms.
Usually in kilograms?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure that your memory is fresh. So with regards to the record, do you recall off the top of your head whether it was 35.2 kilograms or 35.2 pounds?
I don't recall.
Okay. And having a chance to look at the vital signs again, do you think that might refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Same page? Let's say, does that help? I see you nodding your head up and down. Does that help refresh?
Yes, yes.
So that 35.2 of those pounds or kilograms?
Pounds.
35.2 pounds. All right. Thank you very much, Nurse Travers. I greatly appreciate it. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
And I think Harmony's weight was appropriate for her size and age.
Foundation.
Just a couple of more questions. Did you stay in the room until the doctor came in to look at Harmony?
No.
Okay, so you just pretty much take that information and give it to the doctor for the doctor to do the examination?
That's correct.
Okay, and you don't know the results of the examination, is that right?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Further?
It says,
Should her be excused?
One more question, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. But one of the observations that you did make was the sores around her mouth?
That's what I wrote in the report, yes.
Okay. And that was a rash or sores around her mouth that she was present for, right?
Yeah, that's what I wrote in the report, yeah.
Thank you.
Any objection to her being, do you have any follow-up questions from that?
Just have a brief.
Yeah.
it really depends on the height too of the child, but like, I don't know, I'm looking at one chart, 5 years old, says 41 pounds. Doesn't really give a range. It might not be too far off.
Questions, and we would ask the witness to be excused.
5 years old.
No objection. All right, you may step down and you are excused.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you could email it to me,
David
Grammy
calls
T.
next witness.
At this time, the state calls Mr. Kevin Montgomery to the stand.
Oh, and I was just gonna go walk the dogs, but I can't do that right now. Kevin Montgomery, this is heavy hitting today. Wow. Yeah, my daughter's like petite and tall. I mean, the context is vastly different with Harmony, though, you know. But I don't know that range is really crazy that she's in. I don't know how tall she is either, though. Yeah, I think part of it goes off of height too. But oh no, yeah, the weight 5. That doesn't show it on here. Oh, that's toddlers. Oops. 5 years old.
Watch your step. There's a couple of cords there.
Oh, this is kilograms. 18.7 times 2.2.
Remain standing for just a moment.
Thank you.
41. I don't think it's actually out of range.
Please go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
This is a big witness.
Mr. Montgomery, as we are being recorded here for the record, could you please go ahead, and I'm going to ask you to please go ahead and state your name, both your first and your last name.
Sure, hang on one second. Could you carefully open that? Otherwise, it sort of comes, if the top can open. Thank you.
Big day. Big day.
Thank you, sir. If you would please go ahead and state your full name and spell out both your first and your last name for the record.
Kevin Lester Montgomery, KEVIN MONTGOMERY,
And Mr. Montgomery, what town are you living in now?
Malden, Mass.
Okay. How long have you lived down there?
I've been back in the area since June
June of this year?
last year.
June of last year.
23.
Of course. Sorry. And are you currently working?
I am.
What do you do for work?
I am a plumber.
And how far did you go in school?
10th grade.
How long have you been a plumber?
Roughly 3.5 years-ish.
What are some of the other kind of jobs that you had before being a plumber?
Landscaping. I was in the drywall, union, roofing,
okay,
stuff like that.
I'd like to ask, in 2019, where were you living at the first part of 2019?
2019, first part of 2019, I was living in Manchester.
And what was the street address that you were living at?
77 Guilford Street.
Who owned that home?
Excuse me?
Who owned that home? Sorry.
My mom and my ex.
And who else lived there? Let me ask, let's say in February or March of 2019, who else lived there?
So it was me, my nephew, his wife, and their kids.
And who's your nephew, sir?
Adam Montgomery,
Well, you guys are right. But
And who was his wife at the time?
Kayla Montgomery.
I'm going to go ahead and show you State's Exhibits 1 and 2. Just see if, let's just talk about State's Exhibit 1 for a moment. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
I do.
Okay. And what is that a photograph of?
The front of the house.
Which house?
77 Guilford Street.
Okay. And what about, and with regards to that photo, did the house look that way when you were living there in 2019? And by that, I just mean where the windows are, the door is, the color.
Yes.
Now, I would like to show you State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize what that is a photo of?
I do.
What's that a photo of?
That was Harmony's room.
Where was her room, inside this house or somewhere else? Did she live with you?
Yeah, her room was across from my room inside that house.
Other than the stickers that are at the bottom here, and the photograph itself of the room and the home, are these accurate to your memory of what that room used to look like and what this home used to look like generally when you were there?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identifications to be stricken from State's Exhibit 1 and 2, please.
Objection.
No, without objection. Okay, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
I think he's a little nervous or struggling, you know. Yeah. They muted it now.
So, Mr. Montgomery, we'll go ahead. Commissioner.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. In regards to State's Exhibit 1, this is 77 Guilford Street? Is that correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you, how many bedrooms were in the home? How big a house are we talking about?
Living room on the first floor, 2 bedrooms in the back, and then like an attic that was like made over upstairs.
When you say made over upstairs, was that also used as a bedroom?
Correct.
And that's one of State's Exhibit 2. I believe you said before, I want to make sure I got your testimony right, that this was Harmony's room. Is that right?
Yes.
The stickers on the wall, do you know what that's a sticker of?
Yes, that was a Minnie Mouse.
Montgomery, excuse me. In 2019, you said, I believe before that you said that your nephew, Adam Montgomery, was living with you. Is that correct?
Could you speak up, please?
Yes, certainly. And let me move closer to the microphone.
Please.
In 2019, I believe you testified a moment ago that you said Adam Montgomery was living with you, and he's your nephew. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And so nephew, in terms of, so who's his father? And I would assume his father or mother is a brother or sister to you.
So his dad's my older brother, Michael.
And with regards to Adam, how long have you known Adam?
His whole life.
Were you subpoenaed to be here today to testify?
I was.
And let me ask you, do you want to be here today testifying about your nephew?
No.
When Adam came to live with you at Guilford Street, I believe you said before that he had kids with him and that he had his wife. Could you tell us what her name is?
Adam's wife,
Yes.
Kayla
Okay.
Montgomery.
And the kids that moved in with him there in 2019, who were they? You remember their names, I should say.
I do. Could you say that question again, please?
Certainly. So when Adam and Kayla came to live with you, you said that there were kids in the home before. What were their names?
So when Adam and Kayla came in, who came with them?
Yes, exactly.
At first it was just Seamus.
Okay. And who is Seamus?
Seamus is their son.
Okay. Who came to live with you next after that? Which child came next?
I believe 2019. So I believe a baby was born somewhere, and then Harmony.
And then Harmony. So Harmony was the last child to move in?
I believe so.
Okay. We looked at a picture of Harmony's room. Where was that room in the house? Was it upstairs? Was it downstairs?
So it was downstairs at the end of the hallway on the right,
Okay. And where was your room in the home?
right across the hall.
Where did you see Harmony spend most of her time when she was in the house?
Question approach, Judge.
Well, this is a really big testimony because he's going to be tested. You can see him taking deep breaths, didn't want to be there. Excuse me. And he's going to testify to the whole incident with Harmony and Adam and where he saw the black guy. So he's like nerve wracked, I mean, I don't know. I would have thought he'd still want to testify just on behalf of Harmony, but he got subpoenaed there. And you could tell visibly, he's like really just, I'm sure he knows this is on TV. Everybody's watching. Huge, crucial testimony to give part of the context. Yeah, he's shaking kind of. I think he was nervous on TV too back then. I think when he was on Ashley Banfield, he was a little nervous then too. People were saying all kinds of stuff, but now you could see it. You can almost feel it, like the. So, we'll see. You just gotta get through it.
So, Mr. Montgomery, let me just restate that question for you. So, the question that I had for you is that when you saw Harmony, primarily, what parts of the house did you see her in? Where did she spend most of her time that you saw?
Just everywhere.
Just everywhere.
Kitchen.
Okay.
Living room, just everywhere.
In July of 2019, did you stay in New Hampshire or did you go to any other state?
I lived in New Hampshire,
Mm-hmm.
and then I went for roughly 3 weeks to Florida.
Okay. And let me ask you about that trip to Florida. Did any other family members go with you on that trip?
My son.
Your son? Okay. And when you were in Florida, did you visit any family members?
I did all my family.
Okay.
Yeah, you can pass up.
Let me ask you, sir. When you were down in Florida visiting family, tell us some of the different family members that lived down there that you saw.
So the trip was primarily to go see my mom because my mom had some health issues. But I seen I have several brothers. I saw them, nephews, sister, the whole family.
And I know testifying can be very difficult, so if you need a break or anything, you just let us know and let the court know, okay?
Okay.
All right. You said that you were seeing your mother and she had some health issues. What health issues did she have?
So I believe that April she had triple bypass heart surgery, and that's what the trip was based around, was going to see her.
And did you spend a lot of time with her during that July trip?
I did.
Okay. When you came back, do you remember what day you flew back into town?
Roughly the 22nd or the 23rd of July.
Okay. And I apologize. I made an assumption there, and I shouldn't do that. How did you come back to New Hampshire? Did you fly? Did you drive? Did you take a train?
We flew, James and myself.
And when you flew back, and who's James?
James is my son.
Okay. So when you flew back into town, did you fly into Manchester or into Boston or somewhere else?
Boston, Logan.
Okay. Did you come back to Manchester that same day after you got off the flight?
I did.
Okay. And did you go to visit 77 Guilford Street? Did you go home?
I did.
Let me ask you, when you got home, did you see Harmony there?
I did.
Where did you see her?
I see her standing in the kitchen.
And when you saw her in the kitchen, how did she look to you?
She had a black eye.
Can you describe it for us? How did the black eye look?
Full, like a raccoon's eye, black and blue.
Black and blue?
Yes.
And when you say full, what do you mean by full? Can you give us a good
All
example?
the way around.
All the way around. And I see just there you were pointing to your right eye. Did you see it on her right eye?
I honestly can't recall, but I think the left.
Okay. You think the left. Okay. I appreciate that for your honesty there. You said you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye, what, if anything, did you say? It's okay. Take your time.
Something along the words of, "Oh my fucking God, what did you do, Harmony?"
And who answered that question?
My nephew Adam.
Where was he?
Standing right behind her.
And what did Adam say?
She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house.
Did Harmony ever say anything in the response to the question, or just Adam saying, "I bashed her around the fucking house"?
I think just Adam.
How did Adam say this?
How did he say it?
Yes. Let's put it this way. Can you say it the way that he said it so that we understand?
I'm not sure if I had to describe it to the best of my ability. It would be like a cocky son of a bitch.
Did Adam tell you why he bashed her around the house and caused the black eye?
He did.
What did he say?
He said he was in the bathroom moving his bowels and that he put Harmony in charge to watch Declan, and when he came out, Harmony had her hands over his mouth, and I guess his lips were supposedly below. That's what was explained.
That's what Adam explained to you?
Correct.
And after he explained that, how did he say he caused the black eye?
I bashed her around the fucking house.
Was there anybody else in the kitchen when Adam said this to you?
Just the three of us.
Just you, Adam, and Harmony?
Harmony.
Let me ask you, did you stay at your house that night?
I did.
What about the night after that?
I left the following morning.
Did you ever stay in the house after that? Overnight?
I did not.
When you heard this from Adam, who did you tell about what Adam told you and seeing the black eye? Who did you tell?
You want names?
Yes, please.
Told my mom. Told my son's mother, Christina. Told my sister, Erin. My brothers, Sean, Michael, and Richard. I told one of Adam's friends, Nick and Aaron. I told Harmony's mom, Crystal. I told Harmony's foster mom, Michelle. I think I told my sister Janine, my mother Helen. That's kind of what I remember. Could you just repeat the question again?
That's all right. I believe you answered the question.
Okay.
Let me ask, did you also make any calls to the what's called DCYF, or the Division of Children, Youth, and Families?
I did.
And the Nicholas and the Aaron that you referred to, is that Nicholas the same person as Nicholas Ahern?
Yes.
And is that Aaron the same person as Aaron Rue?
Yes.
Why did you tell all these people? Why did you call DCYF about this?
Say that again?
Yes. Why did you tell all of these people?
To get help.
Help for who?
For Harmony.
Did you ever see Harmony after that day?
I did.
When did you see her? And by when, I mean what time of year?
What time of year?
Yes.
Maybe approach router.
Yes.
This is a really tough testimony, man. It's emotional. He probably feels guilt or something too, along with it. It's tough. Him reporting it to DCYS, that's been already out for a long time. He's had always stated that. But I didn't know about all these other people. That's what I didn't know. But he told all these people as well, including the mother, biological mother. Yeah. I mean, he probably feels, I don't know what you could do, but he probably feels maybe he could have grabbed her or something. Eventually, they probably would have took in her, put her back with Adam, but that's really, really, really tough. I can't imagine to see your niece like that. Damn. Yeah, he looked like, I mean, and imagine if Adam Montgomery was in the courtroom. I wonder if he'd have a harder time. Hey, Bieber. I wonder if he'd have a harder time testifying in front of him. And I wonder if the cross, I feel like they have to question him, or are they just going to let it ride? They are going to question him because they kind of, I forgot, in the opening, they said that the reasoning was different. They claim that Adam just pushed her. I don't even know how the defense could go with that. This is why I think Adam, he's getting nailed to the wall. Because you can read all this stuff in the affidavit.
Mr. Montgomery, did you, and let me change my questions a little bit for a minute here. Did you see Harmony again in September of 2019?
I believe so.
Okay. And let me ask, on when you did see her, was it at 77 Guilford Street?
Yes.
And was that before Adam was evicted from the home?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony after they were evicted from the home?
No.
Mr. Montgomery, I'm going to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
Who is this?
That's my nephew, Adam Montgomery.
After Adam told you about Laws of Harmony's black eye, do you have any further conversations with him about that incident?
I did.
And what did he say to you in that later conversation about this black eye incident?
What did he say to me in the later conversation about the black eye?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what you exactly mean.
Right. I'm about to say, let me back up and I'll clarify. Attorneys need to ask very clear questions. So you've described for this jury about seeing Harmony's black eye and Adam telling you that he bashed her all around the fucking house. Did you talk with Adam about that black eye at a different time, at a later time?
I did.
Okay. And at that later time, what did he say about having bashed Harmony around the house?
Could I explain?
So, if we could approach for a minute, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, did he, Sarah? He went on Twitter Spaces and talked about it? Book for Life says, I wonder what he's thinking when he's taking longer to think or to answer. You guys are tripping.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. We just needed a minute to talk there. What I'd like to do is I'd like to ask I apologize. Let me ask a very clear question about this second conversation. When you were later speaking with Adam about this black eye incident, did he apologize to you for having hit Harmony?
Just yes or no, right?
With regards to the question, yes. Did he apologize to you? Did he say he was sorry for having hit Harmony?
Yes.
He did. Okay. Going into the fall of 2019 after the eviction, and then going into 2020, did you try to get in touch with Adam, with defendant?
Give me the time frame again.
Yes. After the eviction, so in the fall of 2019, and going into the next January, February of 2020, and then going into the summer of 2020, did you try to get a hold of Adam?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to do so?
I got a hold of somebody on Facebook.
Okay. But what about Adam?
It's hard to remember.
Well, if I can withdraw that question, Your Honor, I'll ask a different question. With regards to that, you said you got a hold of somebody on Facebook. Were you able to go into a conversation on Facebook, or were you ever blocked on Facebook?
Summer of 2020, correct?
Yep, fall of 2019 into the summer of 2020.
Right. The pandemic happened in 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
Like March, right? So that's like my first summer in Florida. Yes, I got I believe I got in touch with someone on Kayla's account through Facebook Messenger that summer.
What about with one of Adam's accounts?
No, I think I was blocked.
Right, so, Mr. Montgomery, I just have one other quick set of questions for you. And thank you for being patient with me today while I made sure that I was asking the correct questions of you. With regards to what you've talked about for us, one thing, and I'm sure you may be asked about this in a moment, so I'd like to save people some time now. Have you been convicted of 2 felonies out of this court within the last 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. And was one of those a conviction in 2015 for being a felon in possession of a weapon?
Yes.
And was one of those a conviction in 2016 for a theft by unauthorized taking?
Yes.
Okay. And from those, have you completed your sentence that was there, and those are all finished now at this point?
Yes.
Lastly, Mr. Montgomery, to show you State's Exhibit 97.
Hey, Stacy.
Do you recognize this person?
I do.
And who is this?
It's Harmony.
I believe you said your recollection was that it may have been Harmony's left eye, and you saw
Damn.
blackened.
I believe so.
I have no further questions for you, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you very much for your time. I believe defense counsel may have a few after we speak to the board. Counsel, please.
Okay, so it's supposed to be crossed now. Yeah, what a day so far. This is technically day one because yesterday was the viewing. They took the jurors out to go view the different sites and addresses, and so today was really kind of like the start. Opening statements. We had Harmony's foster mom, Harmony's biological mother, and now Kevin Montgomery, which is Adam's uncle, Adam Montgomery, which is Harmony's dad. I thought it was Harmony's uncle, but I guess technically it would be like great uncle or something like that, right? I think that's what they say, but what a day. And you know, when Kayla testifies, that's going to be some ish. They still got to go through all the DNA stuff and all that. It's going to take quite a while. Different people they're probably going to bring in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Montgomery. Are you able to hear me okay?
Right now, yes.
Great. Let me know if you can.
Mike
My name
bad.
is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam, okay? I'll also ask you some questions, but I'll try to be fairly quick. You indicated that you returned to the Guilford Street address on the 22nd of July, 2019.
I believe I said the 22nd or the 23rd.
One or the other. Could have been the 22nd, could have been the 23rd.
Excuse me?
So it would be either the 22nd or the 23rd of July that you were there?
Correct.
And you ended up having a conversation with Adam. Correct?
Yes.
And this conversation included Adam, yourself, and Harmony in the kitchen, right?
Say that again?
The conversation took place in the kitchen?
Correct.
Harmony was there, right?
Yes.
You were there.
Yes.
Adam was there.
Correct. Yes.
Nobody else to your recollection was there.
No.
No other adult was within earshot of this conversation as far as you knew?
No.
And the conversation was prompted because you saw a black eye on Harmony.
Correct.
You indicated that Adam said that she didn't do anything.
Correct.
In response to your question of, oh my God, what happened? He said,
Oh my
Harmony didn't
God,
do
what the
anything?
fuck did you do? I think I said.
Okay. And as part of this conversation, Adam talked about finding Harmony suffocating Declan.
Hands over the mouth, I stated.
And with the hands over the mouth, Declan was turning blue.
Lips were blue, is
Lips were
what
blue.
I recollect.
5 months old at the time.
Declan, roughly something like that, yeah.
You said that he made a comment and sounded cocky?
Yes.
Also could have been sarcasm?
Sarcasm.
Not in my opinion, if that's what you're asking.
But he did express concern regarding Declan and the blue lips.
Yes.
You later made a report to DCYF?
Yes.
That report was approximately a week later.
Correct.
Would July 29th of 2022, I'm sorry, July 29 of 2019, would that sound correct to you?
Roughly about a weekish later, 7-8 days or something. Is that what? Yeah, approximate, I guess. It's going back a while.
Roughly 7 to 8 days, and this was after you had returned to Florida?
After I was back in New Hampshire, right? Is that what you're asking? After I came home?
Right. But
yes.
You didn't go back you didn't stay at the house, except for that one night. Did you go back to Florida, or did you go back to Massachusetts?
No, I went to Massachusetts.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. I don't have anything further.
Just briefly, please, Your Honor. Mr. Montgomery, about that. Just asked a moment ago whether. I believe you were asked a moment ago with regards to Adam. You were asked a moment by Attorney Brooks about him sounding cocky and whether that might also be some sort of sarcasm. When he said, "I bashed her all around the fucking house," did that sound like sarcasm to you?
Right.
No.
And when you asked Harmony, "Oh my God, what the fuck happened to you?" were you asking about her eye?
I did. I was.
At any point, did the defendant tell you that he had just jerked her away from Declan?
No.
And at any point when you were asked a moment ago on cross-examination about Declan's lips being blue, I want to make sure that's clear. That's not something that you saw, right? That's what the defendant told you had happened.
Yes, correct. That's what I was told.
From the defendant, that's what he says.
Correct.
Let me ask one last question with regards to your understanding. When Adam said that he bashed him all around the fucking house, do you feel that you have somehow conflated what Adam had said?
Conflated? Could you explain, please?
Confused one action for another? Do you think that Adam, when he said about, yes.
State it again,
So let me
please.
restate that. With regards to confusing one issue for another, or conflated what Adam had said, with regards to that, do you feel that you may have been mistaken that when he said that he bashed her all around the fucking house with regards to the black eye, that he was actually talking about just jerking her away from Declan?
I wasn't confused.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
What a day.
It's just a little past 12:30, so this is a perfect time to break for lunch. I will remind you that you are not to discuss this case, not with each other or with anybody else. While I've indicated to you that you can check your phones on a break or during lunch, you cannot read any media. Make sure all your banners or notifications are turned off. You are not to view any media related to this case. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up any of the names that you've heard throughout this case. And I'll have you come back at 1:30 and we will resume evidence at that time. Please rise for the jurors, everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna go walk the
Maybe
dogs.
seated?
I should probably eat something too. I want to sleep. I feel tired. I
You
didn't
may
sleep
be
good last
excused
night.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, yes, he's excused. With the understanding, Attorney Agati, that excused means he's not going to be called now or later.
Yes, Your Honor. In this instance, I think the state can agree.
Okay. So that is what I mean by excuse. So if we don't all agree that that's what excused means, then we should maybe revisit that after the lunch break, or, so that everybody can take a look at it. Okay. Did we need to address any other matters now?
I think, Your Honor, just after the break, you might want to address that one thing with regards to Michelle Raftery, excuse me. But other than that, no defense counsel.
You mean Michelle Raftery?
Michelle Raftery, I apologize. I think other than that, Your Honor, the other things can certainly wait until after the break. It's nothing right now that we need to
I just don't want to, I guess I want to know what we're going to talk about so that we can make sure we're starting on time with them. So if we want to have some legal arguments about something, let's talk about what that will be, and then I can tell you when you should come back so that we can do that rather than holding them.
If we can just have a look.
Sure.
So returning 1:30 p.m. officially. Been a really interesting day. First day.
That we should probably need to come back and discuss. One is with regards to Michelle Raftery's ability to sit in on the rest of the trial. The state feels that she is entitled to do that under the Victims' Bill of Rights, specifically RSA 21-M:(K-8. She is considered to be a family member, and so as a result, she has that right to do that, even though she has been a witness. And even though she may be a witness, depending on what the defendant puts forward in their case, if they choose to present, or he chooses to present. So I would say that's issue number one that we would have to discuss. Issue number two is, at this point, based upon the defendant's representations regarding Anthony Badero and his behavior as alleged, Mr. Badero, I believe, already has counsel for a different matter, but we should probably set some time aside to have a very quick Richards hearing, because we do anticipate that Mr. Badero is going to be called as a witness in this case.
Do you have any sense of when you might call him?
Not this week, Your Honor. I would say that, certainly not tomorrow. So I believe it would not be until next week. With regards to his specific time, I would anticipate the early part of next week, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think we will reach out to his counsel and see about some availability, maybe today or early in the morning, either later this week is tomorrow, so, or early next week. But that counsel is going to need some information about.
I believe she has a lot of information already.
But does she know about what this is?
Yes, Your Honor. So he is currently represented, he's not currently represented on this matter, but he is currently represented by Attorney Ashley Sheehan.
Yes.
And so as a result, before we went to be able to subpoena him and to be able to speak with him as part of witness prep, we informed her. And so with that, I know that she is up to speak with regards to the issues that they have here. Not necessarily
but the issue
this issue.
That's the issue. So I think, so why don't we do this? That rather than have the court contact her, the clerk's office, why don't I suggest, you can tell me if you disagree with this, why don't I suggest that the state contact her to get to the defense, and the state can talk about what the issue is so that she's apprised. Find out her availability. she's going to need to be in touch with the witness, and then everybody would be here. We could do it before court on one, at 8:30 on one of the mornings.
I tell you, I think she'll be able to do that in short order. It's our understanding that she was intending to be in the courtroom when he was testifying anyway.
Okay.
This particular matter, so we should be able to get that in short order.
Okay, so the sooner you can let us know, we can all, talk about the scheduling of this. And then we'll either do it before we start at 9. One of the Fridays I know is it this Friday? Tomorrow? All right, well, during the break, I'm going to take a look. I know I have a short docket tomorrow morning at 9, so we won't start this at 9. I'll see if we can start at 9:30, but it might be 10. So maybe seeing about Monday morning. I don't know what you all think about that.
Sure.
If not then.
We can move his testimony to a little bit later. We had to.
Okay.
The last issue, I'm going to go ahead and let Attorney Bowles address, considering that specifically that Dimitrios Tsaros is going to be one of the state's witnesses who's going to be called today, and it's with regards to statements that defense counsel made.
Your Honor, I will say that the state, in listing witnesses that were going to be called today, did not mention Mr. Tsaros.
Sure, he's right on the slip. I gave you guys that sticky.
He was. Epic. Write it down.
Yeah, I know this.
Huh?
I know this.
Okay. He was not, but we will figure out a way to deal.
Well, he had looked for the paper and but either way, it sounds like we're going to be able to continue the testimony. So what is the issue that you wanted to raise? And is this as to this afternoon's witness?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, Your Honor, I believe it was on the sticky note.
Okay.
That said, Your Honor, and excuse me. I apologize.
It's okay.
In opening statements, defense opening statements, the defense mentioned an opinion offered by this witness as to his findings regarding any abuse or neglect that occurred regarding the call that we just heard about from the last witness. Excuse me. And it's the state's position that opened the door to the basis of that opinion. The state being able to challenge the basis, the information that witness had regarding the abuse, regarding the investigation, information that he received prior to authoring that opinion, the witnesses that he spoke with, the information that he learned from them, as well as his observations. Who was present when he interviewed the child. Again, that information was offered by the attorney at opening.
Basically, what they said was that he would say that he did not notice. What was it that you said? I can go back and look. But
it was both that he did not notice that essentially the report was unsubstantiated, which is the terminology that TCYF uses in closing a report. That it's either substantiated or unsubstantiated.
So he
the jury that the report was unsubstantiated. And I would just say, Your Honor, this would be the equivalent of asking an officer who testifies their ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence of a defendant. And so under 703, the rule on expert testimony, when such an opinion is offered, an expert opinion, which was unnoticed to the state, the state can then, or the person that's challenging that evidence So not the moving party or the proponent of that evidence, but the other party can then challenge that evidence, and inadmissible, what would otherwise be inadmissible, becomes relevant and admissible once that opinion is offered. And that opinion was given to the jurors. And I would argue that that bell cannot be unrung, and that we get to challenge that opinion.
And what is it that you want to say? So what is it that you want to get into then?
The statements that he was provided, the statements that he was provided that led to his investigation, the statements, the witnesses that he spoke to, what he was told, what he reviewed.
So you want to get into the whole investigation that led to the determination that it was unsubstantiated.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let me see what the defense has to say, and then I may have some more questions. Go ahead.
Sure. So the 703, it's not applicable, Your Honor. This is not expert testimony. We're talking about a factual finding, or a lack of a factual finding, rather, made by a fact-gathering witness. So this is no
but if you're going to ask,
opinion.
but whether expert or not expert, I guess the question then becomes, if you're going to ask him, you deemed this unsubstantiated, why could they not talk about all of the information that went into the ultimate conclusion?
Well, I think that perhaps they could, but as long as also it allows for Harmony's own words to be used and what she said, and the circumstances surrounding her being interviewed alone. There can't be cherry picking.
Well, although you're basically, you put in information that then leads them to open the door to the information that you actually want to get in. That seems a little suspect, Attorney Brooks. No? In fact, I'll look, but I think there's some law on you opening the door for the purposes of getting in otherwise.
I'm not opening my own door, Your Honor. I'm not allowed to do that. But the state in turn shouldn't be able to just selectively pick various things. And I have no idea at this point what they would be seeking to introduce. Perhaps we can have a discussion about that during the break. But this is not a 703 or an expert situation. 703 is inapplicable. Again,
it does feel that it leaves the jury with a misleading impression. If you just get to say, he reported, Kevin Montgomery reported this to you, and ultimately you deemed it unsubstantiated. And that is my concern. So, and then it does seem that your expectation would be that they would then get to put in the other parts of that, the rest of the investigation, which would include the statements that you would like to get in, which would be Harmony's statements. Isn't that sort of the natural?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the state is seeking to get in. I'm not sure what from the DCYF investigation they're seeking to get in, or the limitations of that investigation, or the fact that there may have been subsequent information that Saros did not have. I don't know.
Let me ask you, Attorney Knowles, what are you trying to get into?
The substance of the investigation.
I know, but what is the substance beyond that Harmony had said that? Because what you don't. Well, let me start here. If I let you get into what you want to get into, and then the state says, well, if you say that, then we want to get into Harmony's statements. Is that acceptable to you, that it just all comes in, everything about the investigation? Sure.
Your Honor, the state's fine with getting into Harmony's statement, but understanding that that statement was not made alone and was just represented. She wasn't alone when that statement was made.
And the balance of the information that you want to admit with respect to the defense having said that it was unsubstantiated is what?
The substance of the statement that the caseworker received in responding to the call and initiating the investigation, what he did with that information.
But can you just tell me what it is?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to understand where we're going with this, so we don't end up in the middle of trial. So
Right.
go ahead.
So it's Kevin Montgomery's call, his repeated calls to DCYF.
And the substance of those calls, or just that he's
those calls.
okay?
And I would admit those through the witness.
Okay, so the substance of those calls being what? Tell me, walk me through what you want to admit here. And I'll give you a chance to respond. I'm just trying to get the lay of the land here. You all have this discovery. I don't have this.
So I'm looking at Bates 2084.
Yep.
Reporter is hard to follow and understand. Reporter said that he came back from Florida on Monday, July 22nd, 2019. And his 4-year-old niece had a shiner from her 29-year-old father. A reporter said that the reasons for the shiner was that the father gave an ass whooping because the 4-year-old had been left alone with the 2-month-old, the 6-month-old, while the father was in the bathroom. Reporter heard from her niece and nephew that the baby had been crying, screaming, so the 4-year-old had to put a hand over the 2-month-old's mouth. Father said that the 4-year-old that did this very tight and very hard. Father said that he had beaten the dog shit out of her. When reporter left for Florida, there was running water in the home, and now the electric had been shut off. I'm just reading.
Okay, basically, you just want to get in. You want to get in the rest of Kevin Montgomery's statement.
Correct. I want to get into the rest of his statements, but I also want to get.
You had Kevin Montgomery on the stand, so I'm.
Right.
So I'm not sure why we're having this conversation.
So, Judge.
Yeah.
Again, the defense rung this bell. They opened the door under the opening the door doctrine, which I believe I've briefed for this court previously. It makes evidence that would otherwise be inadmissible, hearsay, relevance, admissible. Our argument is that evidence, those statements, in addition to what Demetrios, the witness who will testify, did with those statements, what he did with the information, or what he didn't do, now becomes admissible. It allows.
Why was that, though, what you just read to me, not admissible through Kevin Montgomery, who you had on the stand?
It's offered for another purpose, to challenge that witness's opinion that was offered to the jury. To say, this is the information that you received. Let's talk about what.
So you essentially, okay, now I think I'm understanding maybe better. You want to undermine the fact that he came to an opinion that this was unsubstantiated by using, just strengthening the statements made by Kevin Montgomery to him. So you want to basically say, he told you all of these things and you still found it unsubstantiated.
Contacted you on this date, Okay.
And, okay.
Yes. And what he did with that information.
And what did he do with that information?
I think the evidence would be that he did nothing with that information, Judge. He contacted the police and told them it was a non-issue without seeing the child.
Okay, so
when he saw the child, he saw an injury to the child, which was also discussed to the jurors. And he still found it unsubstantiated. Investigating.
Okay, so why? So putting aside, the Kevin Montgomery's additional statements, do we all agree that Mr. Soros could testify? It's my understanding it's your plan to elicit that ultimately he made a finding that the report was unsubstantiated. And then the state is going to say, so even though, this Mr. Kevin Montgomery contacted you and told you all of these things, you didn't follow up, that's right. You didn't do anything further, that's right. And ultimately you came to that conclusion that's unsubstantiated. That we can all agree that that's admissible so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, though, and I don't think the state is suggesting this, but just so there's no misunderstanding, Mr. Montgomery
Kevin Montgomery, yeah,
made a lot of phone calls, continued on and on and on for months into, I think, 2000.
Okay.
After Harmony was even gone, making all kinds of sets of allegations. Obviously, that would not be coming in. The door isn't open to everything or anything. And also tangential to the concern about the black eye, which was reported on the 29th, there was also about a spoon or potential drug activity. And obviously that is not something that should be allowed to get into.
Okay. So let's put aside the drug information for a moment. It sounds like we are not in disagreement, except that the statements by Kevin Montgomery, I mean, you can say, now you got a call from Kevin Montgomery, and he contacted you, and he informed you that he was aware of this abuse, and then what did you do? And you can follow up, because it's your view that it's what he didn't do that undermines the defense view that this is unsubstantiated and therefore did not occur. So I think that is admissible. But I don't know about all of the hearsay statements from a witness you just put on the stand and didn't elicit the additional statements from. I'm not convinced about that.
Well, then, Judge, I would move to strike. I move to admonish the defense for making that statement to the jury.
No. Take a minute, yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to challenge the basis of the opinion that was offered to the jury. The basis including what this witness was told by Kevin Montgomery, what he did with that information. So challenging the basis of what he was told. And I would note that includes drug use. That was part of the report. It wasn't just the black eye, it was drug use. And when the witness went to the home, he saw evidence of drug use. He saw drug paraphernalia, and still he found that the report was unfounded. So it's the basis, the foundation of his report, the foundation of the opinion that he gave, that the abuse was unsubstantiated, that this claim, and this is a specific claim which was unfounded. It's report number 826330, which includes claims of the abuse, claims of drug use.
Okay. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to argue if you put in the information that it was deemed unsubstantiated, they can challenge that, the basis for that finding. Do you have any?
Sure, but I think the context of the opening statement was very clear about what there was not evidence of. So if I'm hearing the state correctly, they are seeking to introduce evidence about drug use.
Yes, they are. What they are arguing is that if you cross-examine that witness to say you did an investigation and you found that it was unsubstantiated, that they get to challenge that. That is that, and basically undermine his opinion to say you found it unsubstantiated, even though you found abuse and neglect unsubstantiated, even though there was evidence of drug use in the house, even though there were several reports. There was this report of a black eye, and you didn't go to the house, you didn't do X, Y, and Z. That's what they want to do if you are going to bring in the evidence that it is unsubstantiated.
Okay. Fair enough. I can certainly not use that word, but I think at the same time I should be able to elicit the facts, the observations that he saw and did not see with regard to the state's second-degree assault charge. He was there to investigate that.
Okay, so then I'm thinking that what you are going to want is some kind of curative instruction about the finding that it was unsubstantiated if now the defense is not intending to go down that road. And I really need to give the staff a break, so we're going to...
We could discuss that maybe over the break.
Is he going to be the first witness that you're going to call?
He's not going to be the very first witness, Your Honor, that although I'm just looking briefly, he's going to be third witness.
Okay, so maybe we may have a little bit of time in the mid-afternoon break, but I am going to, I do want to have us come to some conclusion about this beforehand. So
if I can just clarify, Your Honor, from our perspective. So with regards to if the defendant is intending to ask about his findings and then what his observations were, certainly relative to those findings, then the state is seeking to ask about what his other observations were and what he did or did not do before he reached those findings. And our position is that those findings have already been talked about now in opening argument, with the implication that the conclusion was made that this was not done. So in essence, that the door has been opened, the bell has been rung, that there is a finding out there that this event was unfounded, despite what Kevin Montgomery just testified to and the work that was done. If that's there, and if we're going to be talking about the findings and what did Mr. Saros do, then the state should be able to ask also what else did Mr. Saros know, what else did he do and not do. So it's
what do you mean? What did he know in terms of that investigation? Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Not in terms
okay.
of...
I just want to make sure we are just talking about this investigation. Okay. And then, so there's basically two questions on the table. If they go down the road to challenge Mr. Soros's findings in any way, it is your view that you want to talk about what did he know in coming to those findings and what did he do or not do in coming to those findings only as it relates to that particular investigation. And if the defense is now saying, maybe we don't want to go down that road, then we've got to talk about, I understand it's your view that they rang the bell and in any event you get to do all of it. And I'm not yet convinced. So I guess Attorney Brooks, you're going to have to make a very, very clear decision about that.
Oh, and I think the decision will be clear.
What if you have the decision?
Sure, I'm not going to ask for if he made a specific finding as part of his obligation as a DCYF person.
Then you need to be thinking about the issue about a curative instruction if I don't say that you've already opened the door to it. Okay? So we're going to go off the record now.
Okay.
Because I do want the staff to take a break. If you want to say something to me off the record, I will listen to it, but then we can put it on the record. But otherwise, we're going to think about where we are. Okay? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, it's break time. They're on lunch. I'm surprised they did a lot of going back and forth. I walked the dogs and I was chilling for a little bit inside because lunch break is until 1:30. I got it on the top of the screen there, 1:30. Oh, kind of hot all of a sudden. Let's take a look at the witness list. Oh. What's going on over here? Oh, wow. They're saying there's nobody alive inside the burning house. Yeah. So there's two things that I wanted to update, two stories at the end of today on a different stream. I'd like to cover the decapitated baby story, if possible. And maybe update the fire story. Let's take a look at the witness list. No, these dogs are with me. They're mine. Where'd you get them? What's their licensing? What patches do they have? What's their GPS frequency? All right. State's amended witness list for the trial. Aaron Rocks, Alexander Newman, Alan Yiannopoulos, Amanda Mitchell, Amanda Williams, Anna Vega. Oh, they're bringing this guy, Anthony Bordero. Ooh, they're gonna grill him. He's one of the friends that had seen Harmony before she, like a neighbor or something. Bessie Small, Bobby Johnson, Brendan Middleton, Brian Radway, Brittany Bedard, Caitlin Pacheco, Cameron Gidney, Shalane Scatting, Christina DiGirolamo, Christina Alfonso, Christina Lubin, Courtney Garcia, Crystal Sore, we saw already, Didi Travers, saw Didi already, Dimitrios Trasarvos, Dennis Barnoth, Dennis Clotter, Douglas Small, Elise Dowley, Emily Thompson, Aaron Montgomery, Eugene Watson, Felix Hernandez, Georgianne Brown, Helen Montgomery, Julie Parrish, Jessica Gorin. Oh, we got a bunch of people. Ooh, Kayla Montgomery. Can't wait for that. Zimmerman. They got Zimmerman up in this bitch. Kimberly. Wow. Long list. Okay. All right. That was still going. Ooh. All right. Travis Beach. I remember that name from the affidavit. Law enforcement witnesses. Oh, damn. That's not even. Then we got law. Whoa. Wow. Oh, my God. Expert witnesses. Oh, we in for a long haul. Ooh. DNA Labs International. Lord Almighty. Record keepers got AT&T, DNA, DTC, Eco ATM, Google. Wow. Zuckerberg. Wow. U-Haul Company. Wow. That's most of the trial right there. Okay. I recommend you go back and watch it, Miss Shelley Johnson. The opening statements. I recommend you rewind back. And I also have a video dropping on Saturday. The opening statements takes you through some of the timeline of Harmony and the horrible things that was done to her, and the state's theory that Adam killed her. They go through all the very graphic details. I mean, I think it's something you should watch. And on Saturday, because I have to, well, I still got a little bit of time, but I'm gonna go pick up the baby soon. I'm gonna leave the stream up running, but I'll be back. On Saturday, I'm dropping this too, which I think you should watch as well. This will be at 3 p.m. What happened to Harmony Montgomery? And he did basically describe that, moving her around for months. The defense's opening was basically accusing Kayla, the stepmother, of having been the one to kill Harmony. You think Kayla could have done more? I already mentioned it about the 5 Marines deceased. Yeah. I haven't done an official update, like a new live stream, but I can't do that while we're live now. But later, I don't think I'm going to do a live for that one. I think there's 2 other stories that we got to cover. But yeah, I've mentioned it a couple of times. They, unfortunately, they're deceased. 5 of them. Jennifer, thank you. Appreciate that. They should both be charged. They said they need her evidence. Her testimony is supposedly critical, even though she lied under oath. Oh, is DCF in there? I didn't see that, actually. Okay. I think the opening statements are a pretty good watch. You should definitely check it out. The opening was about an hour long, I think, for the prosecution. DCFS? Nah, I don't know. Unless they're under one of the regular names, they always get to, they're above the law. CPS. They never get any kind of repercussions. Manchester Police Department. FBI. They're above the law. Yeah. Oh, I heard that's coming out tonight. Tucker, huh? Tucker's interview. I think it's 2 hours. I don't know, Grumpy, if I can. If not, Luffy might have to host it, because after this live, there's some, I don't know what I'm gonna have to do after today's live. I'm kind of like burning out a little bit. Even yesterday, like we did a lot. I'm afraid to really commit to stuff, because that's 2 hours, and then if I do any updates on its other stories, that's probably an hour each. Like, I just have no time at night, and then we're back again in the morning. Oh yeah, the investigation thing. We'll go over that at some point too. I got the file on that documentation. It's not going to change anything, but yeah, we'll read about it at some point. The house fire, there's 6 people were missing, and they're saying all people. What was the last thing I said? They said nobody's alive. So I don't know. I guess all the bodies are in there. I'm not sure. That's one of the stories that we're going to update later. Amazing, Wendy. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 memberships. Thank you for the 5. Yeah, I think it's like catching up with me. So we'll see what happens today. And actually, I think the weather is getting better in some parts of Cali. So I saw PubScan just post that. So I got to be ready on the second MacBook or laptop in case we get a chase. I almost don't put too much stock in like what I'm planning to do later because things just kind of happen, right? At the whim. I filled this back up. So I've drank 54 ounces and I refilled this. The goal is to get about 100 down today. 90 to 100 down. Ounces of water. We'll start sipping. Yeah, the back-to-back trials and then like the extra videos we're doing after the stream. It's exhausting. And then you're getting up and taking care of the baby and getting up and running back after. I am working out though in the mornings too though. I woke up early. Did my workout. You want to come up? Desk. Yeah, I don't know why I feel like sleepy today. That much plain water is actually bad for you. Is it? Online it says it doesn't say so. It says drink half of your body weight in ounces for the day. I don't think I've been consuming enough water. The online experts. Don't mess with the keyboard, Ricky. You're already stepping on the keyboard. Yeah, yesterday was kind of crazy, wasn't it? Yesterday was nuts. Oh, trust me, I got enough electrolytes. How's the vitamin D? I'd still take my supplement the doctor gave me. I take my vitamin D. I don't remember the last result I had. I forgot what it was. I do have a gym. Yeah. Who's seen Ethel? Ricky. You're an old man. You're an old man. Don't drink that much water. Why? How much do you drink a day? 1 cup? You get sick after 8 glasses of water? I'm not like, I don't chug it down. I drink it throughout the day. The first thing of 54 ounces was actually really easy. I didn't realize I got ready to drink plenty of water. Somebody says 0.5 to 1 ounce per pound of body weight. Online, I didn't read you do 1 ounce per pound. That would be crazy. I've read you divide your weight. Oh, maybe after dividing your weight, you're talking about you divide your weight in half and then you go by that. You're gonna die. Don't do it. Drink less water. It's better for you. How about there's a lot of witnesses, right? About how many witnesses on that list? Yeah. Well, some people drink about it. How many ounces in a gallon? Let me see. How many? There's 128 ounces in a gallon. I'm doing a little bit less than a gallon. Who's that? The World Health Organization? They say 8 ounces of 8 ounces of water a day. You drink at least the least I drink is 80. Canadian says I drink 5 24 ounces. Let me see. Okay, so you're drinking 120. Drink a little over me. I think that the thing is too is not chugging it and drinking a whole bunch in one amount in one sitting like that. You get really sick, you can die. Warm water. Who said get all the COVID vaccines? That Stanley Cup thing is ridiculous, man. The people going crazy over that shit. That lead cup that they're drinking. I'm just kidding, I guess. It's the lead at the bottom that has to break in order for it to leak everywhere and cause harm. I'll probably put some. I probably will put some lemon or something in there. I like my water with like lemon and things like that. But I'm not gonna put no artificial sweetener sugar packet in there. Fred, he's sleeping. He's laying down in his bed. Gypsy Blanchard, can you trust her? Gypsy. Damn, they're on day 20 this other trial. Holy shit. I know I need to like pace myself because this is only day 2. And I'm like, But I think it's just because at the end of the day, we've been doing so much. Like yesterday was crazy. We had this fear thing, and then we had the house burning with those people inside, and then was that it? Or we did something else? I don't even know what I was. Oh, yeah, long crime trials. Mm-hmm. It's kind of hot in here now. Fresh cucumber, I haven't. No, thank you. No. Crystal Light is good in water. It gives it a little flavor. I don't need flavor. I know some people do like a little taste. I really don't need that. I can drink water just fine. I need to add all the additives and chemicals and shit. There's probably already chemicals in this water, right? Poop the tap. Poop the bottled water. Oh, chia seeds? What are you eating or licking? Just a table. Oh, his feet. Liquid Ivy. Oh yeah, Liquid Ivy is tastes pretty bad, but it helps you hydrate. That salt is the saline, or not really saline, but salt to balance out your. Yeah, I feel like we got to update the burning house story. I don't know how much there is to update about it. Carly sent me a picture of the alleged family, a bunch of kids and stuff. So hopefully get some type of update today. Honestly, a lot of the stuff happens too sometimes in the afternoon or later in the day. So the fact that this ends at 4 is kind of nice. So I can kind of relax, and if there's other stuff to cut, electrolytes. Thank you, Susan. Yeah, the water thing, I'm gonna be cautious. I know for a fact that I haven't been consuming the amount of water that I need to. So I figured I got one of these things to kind of keep track of it, and then I measured my weight and divided it, and the goal is to get it at least most that I can throughout the day, but I'm not gonna force it or anything like that. And they actually say people that don't drink enough water, you retain weight. Your body retains water and shit. Not good for you to not drink enough. I'm not interested in drinking. Well, I had a little bit of juice last night, but I'm trying not to. I'm avoiding juice, avoiding soda, even the fake soda, fake juice, the artificial whatever sugar flavoring. No, this is not the special one. I put like some ice in there. It's already melted. This doesn't stay cold. I could have got one of those gangster ones that stay cold, but it doesn't. I have a very dangerous problem of most liquor tastes like absolute nothing to me. Damn. And I would get it carried away. What is fake soda? Look, the diet soda. Coke Zero, whatever Zero, blah, blah, blah. That's this is what do they call the thing? A Persian? This is Frenchie. Poop the tap. Yeah, poop the tap water. Cali's new water system. Poop the tap. The Stanley Cup craze. I'm actually gonna get what do you guys think about the Apple Watch? Oh, don't get it. It's a horrible company. They're killing people. Yeah, tonight, I don't know. I really do want to see that thing. The Putin and Tucker, that's gonna break. I'm telling you, when that drops, it's gonna be freaking nuts. Nuts. That's what I heard. Warm water is more hydrating. Damn. AJ Vinci said, I have the coldest water bottle. Stays ice cold 36 hours. I don't know why they said that the warm water is actually better for you. Maybe because it's more closer to your body temp versus the cold stuff. I don't know. You dislike Apple? I love my Apple Watch. I'm getting one to monitor my health. That's the excuse to monitor my health. It's coming today, actually. But I heard that thing. I heard it actually monitors your like sleeping patterns and keeps track of you, monitors you and your GPS, all this stuff. Your heart rate tells you if you're gonna die and stuff. I heard, man. Lori, yeah, 6 to 8 people unaccounted for. I don't know if this nut went and shot people. Bought the Samsung watch and then killed himself and burned the place. That's what I was wondering too, Petrified. Cold water burns more calories because your body has to heat it up. Damn, Vic, you have one, never use it? Oh yeah, I can check your oxygen level. Team Samsung. Ricky had they actually just had water when I came back from walking them. They ran over to the little water bowl. He's laying out. He's just laying out on the table right now. Yeah, I know. Yeah, this one does a lot of. That's all this one does, Ricky. The cold shocks your system. I used to be a Samsung Android person. I'll give you that, Mickey. I feel like Apple has taken everything that like Android's done and used it, put it on their products, and it's like, oh my god, wow, this is amazing. Ah, I used to really be big into Android. Then, like 2 years ago, I stepped into the Android waters. Notre Dame, yeah, they do most of the time, but I think like I feel like I need more space in the bed. But they're gonna have to. We're thinking about like putting them in a crate or something in the room, so they don't have to be in the hallway. Yeah, I want to get better sleep. I want to get like the best sleep possible. They said an apple a day keeps the dock away. That does not apply to Apple devices. I'm waiting for Apple to come out with a planet for your biotop. Yo, did you see the new Apple thing? The Apple virtual reality? Seems like they blew out Meta. Zuckerberg had Super Nintendo graphics on that VR headset that he spent like 10 million on, or was it 10 billion? I think it was 10 million. I don't know. Like Super Nintendo. N64. I was like, damn, bro, who's in this department? Nobody told him this thing is whack? The system he came out with? Damn, bro. Like a VR MySpace. It was outdated as fuck, yo. I was like, wow. Nobody told him this shit? Let's see. Yeah, I'm dragging a little bit today. Pull app or Android, we could do that. You get cold from a glass of water? Oh, I'm hot. So I'll take the cold. Damn, it's 3,500 for the Apple thing? It does look kind of fancy. Apple, Android. I like that Android's like less restricted and stuff, though. I do like that. I just feel like a lot of business people that I talk to, they all have like Apple iPhone. It's like the thing. I can't with you saying 60's cool. Oh, you got the Oculus. Was the Oculus cool? I used my Oculus 3 times. What a waste. Apple and their M chips are putting them back on the map. Yeah, I knew there was a new MacBook. I would love to get one, but right now I don't see the point in this. This one's perfectly fine and capable. It's more than everything I need. So I don't know. Maybe I'll wait till the next one comes out. But they came out with a new one that's really dope. MacBook. Oh, that's the base price? Damn. iPod. Wow. I don't like the Apple. What I don't like from Apple too, I don't like that music service they got. Music or whatever. I feel like Spotify is just way better. I tried their music thing. I was just kind of like, eh. But I like all the other. I like their texting. The cameras are good. I thought they're really good cameras. We know Android probably surpasses. They're always ahead, kind of. I like the battery's always good for the most part. The Z Flip 5. Ooh. My Apple Watch was Walmart. iPads are from eBay. All state protection. Ooh. Yeah. I've gotten past the time in my life where I'm messing with my phone and trying to, like with Android, unlocking stuff and getting whatever. And you can watch stuff, certain things for free and all that. I'm kind of past that phase where I'm just messing around with the device. And if it messes up, now I just want something stable, battery lasts long, great for media, great for texting videos, pictures, whatever. PDFs. You guys can't even open PDFs, right? Are you guys still unable to open PDFs on Apple? That's just been like so. It'll been taking forever with that shit, right? You guys can't even do PDFs. The pictures you guys send, you got this 200 megapixel camera, and when you guys send pictures, it's pixelated. What's the point? You can't even send pictures or video. Everything's pixelated. What's the point of that shit? Stay right there, Ricky. Stay right there. Don't fall. Tell me one person that has Android that can open a PDF file. You can text a PDF file. You can't. No, you can open it, but you can't text it, right? You cannot text a PDF file. You have to like go and email it and blah blah blah. Come on. Or you got to download a special app or something, a different text app to be able to text PDFs. Does the pup have a bed on the desk? No, I was thinking of getting him something so he's comfortable here. I don't think I can keep him here all the time, though, because it gets in my way if I need to, like, really be typing. I mean, there's enough space here to the side of the desk that I could get him, like, a little mini something. He could just lay right there on the side. You can open PDFs on Android, but can you open it in a text message? Can you text PDFs? You can? Okay, I don't know what Android it was that I had. You couldn't text a PDF. YouTube is moving? Moving where? Let me see. I guess we're taking an extended lunch break today. Maybe with all the back and forth going on in the courtroom. Yeah, late returning back. I have the other screen open just in case, but there's nothing going on. Oh, and by the way, are they starting late tomorrow? Somebody said like 9:30 or 10. All right, I guess you guys finally upgraded. You can do PDF text. I was kidding. You can't text PDF, right? Maybe the old Androids can't do it. Not on the Samsung, right? I thought Samsungs couldn't text, or maybe it's just certain kinds I can't. What do you like, Vic? The Android? Oh no, the phone thing though, Vic, that's been like a long time thing, like Android versus iPhone. So to me, it's always like a little fun thing to kind of go back and forth with people or whatever. I don't care what you buy or whatever everybody has, but it's always been like a thing, almost like Xbox versus PlayStation. You know, people kind of go back and forth, and this is better, that's better, and blah blah blah, and blah blah. It's been like a long time kind of fun thing. The Google phone I've always wanted one, but I heard they weren't good. And I think the Google phone, they're finally making like the first one themselves, because I think they usually get some other company to make it. Google phone. I always wanted one, but it's really not worth it, honestly. Let me see. Damn, that thing is $1,400 for the Google Pixel Fold, and then the Google Pixel 8 Pro is $859. I guess full price. Well, that's a sale. It's like $1,000 actually normally. What the Pixel, yeah. You will sync your Apple Watch to Apple when you get. Yeah, that's what okay, good, Mustard Mama, because I don't know what I've never had one before. My sister has one. My mother has one. I know a few people that have one. I've never had the thing before. I mean, the benefit that I would like is just to track when I'm running and jogging. Because sometimes, even when I'm exercising, sometimes I'll put my phone down. So it's not really tracking like my heart rate and all. I think the Apple thing does that, right? The watch. There's a lot of like times where I'm missing out on like tracking certain things and I just don't have my phone on me, or I put it down. Doesn't get the full depth of what's going on. And I got to make sure they deliver it to the right place. This Amazon, twice they've delivered it to the building next to me, not me. I got to be on high alert. I'm finally in the club, the cool club. You're not a Apple person if you don't have one. Oh, the one thing I needed to look into those, because I think I got the Bluetooth one. Can you be hooked up with headphones Bluetooth and the Apple thing Bluetooth, or you can only hook up one thing at a time? Is that going to be a problem? Because I didn't get the one that's cell phone activated. Oh, Wilson says we might have a pursuit. Stay tuned. As I'm about to have to leave. Oh my God. I've always liked Xbox more. The one time I bought a PlayStation, I think it was a PlayStation 3 back then. The one time they're coming back. The one time I bought one, the CD got stuck inside. I was so freaking pissed. It was the one game I put in there, it got stuck. I was done. I returned it to the store and I never bought up another one again. I didn't even want to. I just wanted a refund. It was the same day I bought it. You can have multiple devices? I hope so.
Please be seated. State may call its
Snake
next
was dope.
witness.
The state calls Katie Moore.
Katie. All right, let me remove this, I guess. There you go.
Raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Ronnie. Good to know.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And there's a microphone right in front of you. Just make sure that you're talking into that.
Thank you, Ashley.
Can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Katie, Katie, Morin, Morin.
And what's your date of birth, Miss Morin?
6/10/78.
What city and state do you currently reside in?
Laconia, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived in Laconia?
About 3 years.
How are you presently employed?
I work in retail.
In retail? And how long have you done that? How long have you worked in retail?
My whole life, about 20 years, probably.
And what's your highest level of education, Miss Morin?
GED.
What TV?
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell these jurors how you know Adam Montgomery?
We were in a rehab facility together, and then we became romantically involved for a little bit.
Oh, what?
What year would that have been in that you
What,
were
Southeast?
romantically involved with the defendant, Adam Montgomery?
2021.
And, Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Rehab romance? Oh. All right, I got to roll. I'll be back.
And Your
I'm
Honor,
going to
I'm
let it
showing the
run.
witness what's been published as State's Exhibit
Oh, Ricky.
101.
Come.
Ms. Moore, do you recognize
Yes, I do.
the individual?
Yes, I do.
And who is that individual?
It's Adam Montgomery.
That was the individual that you were romantically involved with in 2021?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not the defendant was married at that time?
I was.
And did he ever tell you anything about his wife?
Not just that they hadn't seen each other in a while.
Do you remember providing a statement to an officer with the Manchester Police Department back in February of 2022?
I do.
And that statement was regarding the defendant, is that right?
It was.
Do you think that seeing that statement would refresh your recollection of what the defendant may have said to you about his spouse, about his wife?
No, I recall.
Okay. And what do you recall him saying about his wife?
That she would do anything for him.
That she would do anything for him? During the time that you were romantically involved with the defendant, did he ever discuss his children?
He did.
So you were aware that he had children?
I was.
Was there a particular discussion with the defendant that stood out to you about
Yes.
the children? And
Yeah.
tell us about that.
We were at lunch one day and just talking about our children in general, and he stated that the worst thing that had ever happened or he had done was he walked out of the bathroom and Harmony was suffocating the baby. So he backhanded her as a, I don't know if it was as a reaction is the way it was told to me, to stop her from suffocating.
So he said he backhanded her.
Yes.
Did he say what the result of that backhand was?
He said he hit her glasses, so she ended up with a black eye.
Did he describe anything about that black eye that you just mentioned?
No.
In that conversation where he discussed causing that black eye, did he say that he had nudged Harmony out of the way?
I don't recall.
He said he backhanded her.
I don't recall his exact verbiage.
Did he ever discuss other children with you?
Yes.
And what were those discussions? What was the substance of those discussions?
He's told me that he had 5 children, all under the age of 7. They all had the same mom. At one point, I asked him to go to Maine with me when I was leaving, and he said he would be too far away from his kids, so he could not.
If I could have just a moment. Thank you, Ms. Moore. No additional questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
Right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Statement quotes. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Nicholas Ahern. Mr. Ahern, if you can just remain standing and raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Mr. Ahern, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Nicholas Ahern, Nicholas. Ahern, Ahern.
Thank you. And Mr. Ahern, what city and state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
My entire life.
How old are you?
34.
Mr. Ahern, what do you do for a living?
I do construction, metal framing, drywall.
Framing and drywall?
Yep.
How long have you done that?
Since I was like 20.
It's 14 years?
Yeah, a long time.
What's the highest level of education you've obtained?
I think it was 11th grade.
And did you get your GED?
No, I went right into the trade.
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery, Mr. Ahern?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Mr. Ahern, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101.
Yes.
Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
I want to say since I was like 18. So, yeah.
Are you aware of him having any children?
Yeah, I know he has a couple.
Are you aware of a daughter?
Yes. Yes.
Have you ever seen his daughter?
Yes, once.
Do you know her name?
Harmony.
What can you tell us about that one time that you saw Harmony?
She came out of the house and she had marks on her face, which was a black eye.
Yeah, and so let's unpack that a little bit. When you say she came out of the house, what house did she come out of?
I think it was Guilford Street, yeah.
Is that the house that she lived in? Was that your understanding?
Yes, that's where they lived.
So were you visiting the defendant when you saw Harmony?
Yes.
And what were you doing when Harmony came out of the house?
Just sitting out front talking to Adam.
What time of year was this?
Summertime, I want to say around July.
Do you remember what year?
I think it was 2019.
And let's talk about that injury that you saw. What can you tell the jury about it?
It was a pretty severe injury. At the time, I questioned Adam, what happened, and he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. Yeah.
When you say severe injury, what did you see? Can you explain to this jury what made it severe?
Her eyes were blackened. Yeah, it was pretty intense in the moment. Yeah.
Was it concerning to you?
It was, but he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. I have kids, so I understand, accidents happen. So.
Do you know someone named Kevin Montgomery?
Yes.
At some point after you saw that injury to Harmony, did you have a conversation with Kevin?
Yes, he contacted me.
And I'm not asking you for the substance, just whether or not.
Yes.
And you said he contacted you, is that right?
Yes.
When Harmony came out of the house, about how long did you see her for?
Maybe 4 seconds. It was quick.
Why was it quick?
Because he told her to go back inside.
And sorry, when you say he told her to go back inside.
Sorry, Adam Montgomery told her to go back inside.
Can you tell the jury how he told her to get back inside?
He was, Adam was forcive. He just, basically told her to go in, and he kind of walked her up to the door and shut it.
About how old was Harmony when you saw her that day?
I want to say maybe 5, something like that. 5.
How would you describe her when you saw her come out for those 4 seconds?
She was just standing there, just looking. No real body movement, just standing there.
And when the defendant forcefully told her to go back inside, did she obey?
Yes.
If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
No additional questions, Your Honor.
Counsel,
No questions, Your Honor.
you may step down.
And we'd ask that this witness be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
You may be excused.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Deputy Sheriff Paul Mott. Sorry, just a moment. Let me just check my hallway.
Sure.
I'll set you on. Deputy Sheriff Paul Montgomery.
Over the wires, please.
Deputy, if you just please remain standing when you get there for a brief moment. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. And Deputy, as we're being recorded here today for the record, would you please go ahead, state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for us?
Paul Montgomery, Paulmontrey.
Okay. And I bet I already know the answer, but where are you currently employed, sir?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long have you worked for them?
7 years.
7 years so far. Okay. And with regards to your employment with them, did you ever work in any other sort of law enforcement before working for the sheriff's office?
I started in New York City in 1985, NYPD.
Whereabouts in the city?
Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn.
Okay. How long were you there?
5 years.
5 years. Okay. And after that, any other sort of law enforcement experience?
Town of Henniker for 5 years.
Okay.
Merrimack County Sheriff's Office for 20. State for 2. And now I'm here part-time.
And when you say state for 2, what agency did you work for those 2 years?
I patrolled DMV.
Okay. And what were some of your day-to-day duties for them?
We basically dealt with trucks and inspection stations.
All right. So with regards to your duties now for the Hillsborough County Sheriffs, you said you're working for them part-time, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So what are your day-to-day duties? What do they look like?
Primarily transporting prisoners to and from the jail and the prison.
Okay.
To the courts.
And let me ask you, do you ever, I'm going to say, when did you come back to do part-time again?
2019.
2019, okay. I want to specifically draw your attention to November 27th of 2019. And on that particular day, I'd like to ask...
2017, sorry.
2017 is when you came back.
Yes,
okay.
County.
That's all right. Let me be specific, though. Let me steer you to one day in 2019, just before Thanksgiving, November 27th, 2019. Did you help serve or were you present for an eviction notice at 77 Guilford Street in Manchester that day?
I was.
Okay. And I wondered if you could explain a little bit for the jurors, just for an eviction process, what is the role of the deputy sheriff? What are you there to do?
So we have a court order that's evicting whoever's there on the premises. I was a second deputy. I'm assisting the primary deputy. Usually we send 2 guys. And for some reason, I don't know what, his partner was tied up with something else, so they sent me over. And I just assisted with posting the property and having the people leave.
And typically, how long does this process take to do an eviction? Just typically in your experience, I mean.
We usually give them 10 to 15 minutes to get some belongings and skedaddle.
Okay. And on this particular one at Guilford Street, do you have any recollection of roughly how long that took?
Probably 10 to 15 minutes, the ordinary time.
Was there anything about that eviction that necessarily stands out to you, or was it just a very typical eviction for you?
Pretty much the same as all others.
Okay.
There were a lot of clothes around. It was kind of dirty. And there were a couple children there. And there was a male and a female.
Okay. And when you say a male and female, and you say male, female, and children, so the male and the female, are they both adults?
Adults, yes.
Okay. And then the children, do you remember how many there were?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay.
There were a couple. I would say at least 2, but I can't tell you if there was any more than that.
Okay. Where did they go at the end of the eviction?
They got into their vehicle and they left.
Okay. And with regards to the home, what happens to home when an eviction takes place?
So we post it with no trespass stickers.
Mm-hmm.
And usually the landlord will come and change the locks.
Okay.
I don't recall if there was a landlord there that day. Sometimes they don't show up and we just post it.
And I just want to make sure that I understand on this particular one. I believe you said before when you do an evictions, it's based upon an order from the court. Is that right? All right. Do you have a copy of that order when you go to do the eviction?
We do. Okay. I did not personally have that. That would have been my partner that had the paperwork.
Is that a routine practice of being a of the? Let me try this in English. Is that a routine practice of the sheriff's office to make sure that a copy of that order is in hand before the eviction is done?
In our hand, yes.
In your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that's not what happened that day?
Not at all.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Deputy. I don't have any further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a couple.
Okay.
No questions, thank you.
All right. You may step down.
Thank you, Ron.
Did we call its next witness? Yes. Sometimes things go more quickly than we think. Oftentimes they go more slowly than we think, but sometimes they do go more quickly than we anticipate. This is one of those times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you take a break as soon as the next witness is ready and we're ready to take their testimony. We will call you back in. We hope that will be in the next 10 to 15 minutes. All right. So same rules apply, not to talk about the evidence, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research, and we will call you back in as soon as we can. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so counsel, are we going to need still to have you speak to that witness before we are able to take the witness?
Probably be best practice for us to come in and report to you what that answer is so that we can have to answer which way to proceed.
I think it'll be a quick process.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just thinking that while we are in that waiting posture, is there anything we can accomplish so that so you know which question you just need to ask? The only question is whether someone else was there. Do you want to approach for just a minute?
Yes, Your Honor. It's here. So would you like us to approach right now, or would you like us to go get that answer and then?
Get the answers you need, and then I will wait, and I'll have the court monitor take a break until you're ready. You can take a break. No, you can go off the record. Unless it's just one question and you want to come right back in. But why don't you go ask the question? We'll stay here. If you can stay on the record if you want to take a break.
We did have an opportunity to ask him with regards to that question of whether or not he spoke with her. And Attorney Brooks can correct me if I'm wrong, but his statement is that he cannot. He said that typically there would be a practice to try to speak with the child alone, but that didn't always happen, or that a parent could either be nearby or in. So he doesn't have a recollection of whether he spoke with her.
Okay, so he doesn't know. Okay. So where does that leave us with regard to, you're just, why don't I ask you, Attorney Brooks, we were talking about what you were going to ask, or the other way is just to proceed. I mean, as you know, as state's already indicated, they're going to be looking to challenge him to the extent that you try to get into any opinions, concerns, findings, any of that.
I don't plan on stepping.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay. Okay. Everybody thinks we have a good enough understanding of where things stand? Yes? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then let's bring in the jurors. All rise for the jury, please.
Counsel, so after this witness, am I releasing them and having them come back at 8:45?
45, I anticipate a very full date.
Okay. Counsel, I'm sorry. Attorney Smith, did you hear that?
No.
After this witness, we'll be releasing them then for an 8:45 return tomorrow. I'm saying.
Rise for the jury.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
The state calls Demetrius Soros. Mr. Soros, you remain standing. Raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth and the whole truth, and the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can make yourself comfortable. Can you start by providing, by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes. My name is Demetrius Tsaros. First name is Demetrios. Last name is Tsaros.
And Mr. Soros, I'm just going to ask that you speak as loud as you can.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
Mr. Soros, what city do you live in?
I live in Concord, New Hampshire. I apologize. I just moved. Pembroke, New Hampshire.
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life.
And what do you currently do for a living?
I am a career level letter carrier for the Postal Service.
The U.S. Postal Service?
Yes, yes.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
Since September of 2021.
Prior to September 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as a CPSW, a Child Protective Service worker with the state of New Hampshire for DCYF.
And that acronym that you just gave, CPSW, can you tell the jurors what that means?
Yes, Child Protective Service worker.
How long did you work for DCYF?
Approximately 10 years.
And in your capacity as a caseworker for DCYF, did you have occasion to interact with someone named Adam Montgomery?
I did.
And calling your attention specifically to 2019, the summer of 2019, did you receive a report regarding Adam Montgomery?
I did.
Are you aware of whether or not he had children?
Not when I first received the report.
Was the report regarding one of his children?
Yes.
Which child was that?
Specifically, it was Harmony.
Harmony Montgomery.
I'm sorry, Harmony Montgomery.
And was that report regarding an injury to Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Do you know who made that initial report?
I do not. It was anonymous.
Do you remember specifically when that report was made?
It was July of 2019, towards the end of the month. Specifically, it was either the 19th or the 29th.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes. Yes, July 29th, 2019.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just turn that over. Face down.
And sir, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up so that all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And can you tell us that date again? I missed it.
July 29th, 2019.
And what did you do after your involvement on that call began?
I apologize. Could you be more specific?
So you got a report. What did you do after you received that report?
When I received the report, I initiated trying to make contact with the family in order to see them, see the family, see the children, ascertain safety.
And is that generally what you do, or is that what you did in this specific case?
Generally, that was the standard practice.
In this specific case, though, what did you do?
Specifically, tried to initiate contact. I ended up going out to the listed address in an effort to see the family.
Do you recall what that address was?
I believe it was 77 Guilford Street or Guilford Ave.
Tell us about that trip out to the 77 Guilford Street or Ave.
So I drove to the location, and as I pulled up, the location, I noticed a person who I recognized as Adam Montgomery getting into a car.
And let me stop you there.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Soros, I'm going to give you what's been admitted and previously published. It's as State's Exhibit 101.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the individual that's depicted there?
I do. That's Adam Montgomery.
So, when you said that you recognized the individual getting into a car, I believe,
Yes,
that was this Adam Montgomery?
it was.
Was anyone else present with him as he was getting into that vehicle?
There was a young girl, small girl.
That interaction, your observation of the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and the small girl who was with him, how long was that?
Not very long. Basically, as I was pulling up and getting ready to park, they were getting into the vehicle, and I can't remember exactly how far away I was, 30, 40 feet or so, when I was parking my car, and I observed them getting into the vehicle.
So you're parking your vehicle. Were you outside of your vehicle when you saw him, or were you still inside your vehicle?
I was still inside my vehicle.
And this young girl that you saw with the defendant, what was she doing?
Nothing really in particular, just getting into the vehicle, her father helping her into the vehicle. Excuse me. I didn't know if it was her father at the time. The person, Adam, helping her into the vehicle.
Specifically with respect to that small female that you saw, how long were you able to observe her for before she got into the vehicle?
Maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds, not a long period of time.
And this was from 30 to 40 feet away?
Correct.
I want to back up for just a moment. The child that you were going to see, it was a female, is that right?
Yes.
How long, sorry, let me strike that. Were you able to clearly see the child when you were in your car there?
I guess as clearly as I could from that distance.
Did you observe anything about the child other than her gender?
No, just
It literally just looked like a small child, a female, getting into a car with someone.
How long were they parked there for before they drove away?
Not long. She got into the car. He then got into the car, and they drove away.
And you said the distance already, but was this on a public road, or were they in a driveway or something else?
A public road. They were parked on the side of the road in front of the house that I was going to.
During that home visit, did you interact with a child named Harmony Montgomery?
No.
Why not?
Aside from seeing her at that home visit, because she had left. She was the little girl that got into the car.
Is that something that you learned that day or at a later time?
That day.
While you were at the home attempting to make contact with Harmony, was there anything that drew your attention away as you were approaching the home?
Anything that drew my attention away?
Yes.
Nothing in particular.
Do you recall?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you recall noting that there was a loud dog that was barking at you?
Yes. There was a loud dog, a large dog, barking at me from the property.
And was that before or after the defendant drove away with this young female?
I believe it was after. It was after they left. I approached the property.
So you were unsuccessful in seeing Harmony Montgomery that day?
Correct.
Did you attempt to follow up with the defendant?
I did.
Tell us about those attempts.
That was initiating a phone call and speaking with Adam and trying to arrange a home visit in which I could actually come and see and speak with Harmony.
When were those attempts? You mentioned a phone call. When was that phone call?
I think I would have to look at my notes to refresh my memory, but I believe it was later that day that I spoke with Adam on the phone.
Please do, if you believe that would refresh your recollection.
What's up, pimps? Apparently, this is the last witness for today.
Yes, it was later that day.
Did you also attempt to call the defendant on August 1st?
I again would have to refer to my notes.
Please do.
I did.
Did you speak to the defendant on August 1st?
I did.
What, if anything, did he tell you about Harmony's condition?
I would have to, again, look at my notes for details.
Please do. And just look up when your memory's been refreshed. Do you recall what, if anything, the defendant told you about Harmony's condition when you spoke to him on August 1st?
The contact I just reviewed, I was speaking to him about setting up a home visit and that he had one of his children was not feeling well and he needed to take him to be seen.
And
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So we would not be able to have a home visit and it would have to be rescheduled.
And during that conversation, did he also tell you that he believed that Harmony had the same illness as his other child?
That I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you think that that reviewing your notes would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please do. And Mr. Soros, is your memory refreshed?
Yes. And Adam did say that he believed Harmony now had the same illness or condition that his other child had.
That again was on August 1st.
Yes.
So 2 days after you went out?
Correct.
At any point during your response, did you have a face-to-face with Harmony Montgomery?
Could you ask me that again? I'm sorry.
At any point during your response, did you have a face-to-face interaction with Harmony Montgomery?
My response, as far as my following up with the report.
Correct.
I did.
When was that?
I believe it was about a week later. The exact date, I don't remember.
Do you think that reviewing your report would refresh your recollection with respect to the date?
Yes.
Can you please do so?
Yes, it was August 7th, approximately a week later.
What, if anything, did you observe about Harmony's physical appearance when you saw her on August 7th?
Overall, excuse me, overall, she seemed...
So let me strike that question.
Yes.
Specifically, did you notice any markings or injury to her face?
I did notice a small red mark under one of her eyes and some redness with discoloration in the eye that was closest to that.
Did the defendant tell you anything regarding how that injury occurred?
He did. He said that he had bought the kids, he had 2 younger children, he bought the kids like foam swords or lightsabers, and that they were playing with them, and that Harmony was struck in the face, in the eye, and that's how she got that mark.
So, Mr. Soros, I want to switch gears and I want to discuss January of 2020.
Monster Mama.
On January 8th of 2020, did you make contact with the defendant?
I believe so. I would like to review my contacts, please.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little more loudly?
Yes, ma'am.
And repeat the answer to that question?
I do remember receiving a report then, and I don't remember the exact date and whether I made contact or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes. If may I?
In just a moment,
Yeah.
So feel free to review that and just look up when you're.
Yes, it was January 8th, 2020.
And how did that communication occur?
I apologize, meaning how did I contact them?
Yes.
Oh, phone.
You spoke to him on the phone?
Yes.
And what, if anything, during that conversation did he say about Harmony Montgomery?
I believe it was that conversation. I would have to check my notes to make sure because I can't remember if it was that conversation or later when meeting with him that he had told me that Harmony was now living with her biological mother.
Do you recall the specifics of what he said about how she came to be with her biological mother?
He had said that she was having visits with her mother, and again, I'd have to probably look at my notes again, but I believe due to their unstable housing situation that Harmony ended up staying with her mom.
Did you follow up with Crystal Sorey?
I did make an attempt. I called and I believe I left a voicemail.
If I could have just a moment, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Stokes. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Attorney Brooks?
You met briefly. My name is Jamie Brooks. I represent Mr. Montgomery. Just in terms of the timeline, a report came in on July 29th of 2019 regarding harm, correct? Correct. And specifically, it was that Adam had caused a black eye. That was in the report. Someone referred, whomever it was that made the report referred to it as a shiner, which I interpret as a black eye.
And the report was made anonymously, but you knew the person to be Kevin Montgomery?
I did learn that later on.
So that day you went to the residence, the 29th.
Yes.
But it was a very fleeting encounter. Adam and Harmony were getting in a vehicle as you were
Oh,
arriving.
black guy. Oh, I thought it was something else.
So you observed Harmony for all of 10 seconds, right?
Thereabouts, yeah.
30, 40 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
You were in your car still at the time.
Yes.
But you did have a longer visit approximately a week later, correct?
Yes.
That was August 7th.
Yes.
You went inside the residence.
I did.
And it sounds like you spoke with Adam, but you also spoke with Harmony.
I did.
Your general or preferred practice is to try and meet with the kid alone, correct?
Correct.
But that doesn't always happen.
Correct.
Sometimes there is a parent there.
Sometimes there's a parent there.
Or in the next room.
Or in the next room.
And you don't have any specific recollection regarding whether anybody was present when you spoke with Harmony.
I don't recall that.
But you were able to visually see Harmony, right?
Yes.
And you noticed a little bit of red in her right eye.
I can't remember if it was a right or left eye, but it was one of the eyes.
In one eye, there was some redness.
Yes.
Faded bruising as well.
Yeah, I refer to it as like a faint red mark and then some redness in the eye.
Harmony had her glasses, right?
She did.
You, she agreed to remove them, right?
Yes.
So that you could look at her.
Yes.
And there's a standard set of questions you ask under these circumstances, right?
I do. I did.
So again, without indicating what the answer was, you would obviously ask her what had happened.
Yes.
And other questions regarding her general safety.
Yes.
Aside from the redness in her eye and the faded bruising, you did not observe anything else concerning regarding Harmony's person or well-being.
I did not.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Android one, oh no, Apple one. Buster Mama, thank you so much for the 10 memberships. Amazing. Thank you. This is Ricky right here. He a mess. Kept scratching at my pocket, and I was wondering why, and I forgot I had a cracker in there. Now it's all torn to pieces. But yeah, Shiner, I didn't. I feel like maybe I have heard of that a long time ago, but it's, I don't know, not something.
Just one question for you, Mr.
I've
Soros.
regularly heard.
So, if I understand correctly, you're not sure whether when you spoke with Harmony, if her father was in the room, in another room, or somewhere else.
Correct. I don't recall that.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you may step down.
Oh, boy.
May this witness be excused?
Any objection? All right, this witness may be excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, things moved a little more quickly than the parties anticipated today. So we are going to end a little bit earlier today. It's our hope that we're going to go through with a full day tomorrow. So plan accordingly. Looks like maybe there's a little bit of nice weather this afternoon. So you'll get a little additional time. But I'll have you come back at 8:45 tomorrow with the hope that we will get started on time at 9 a.m. Okay, so please be back at 8:45 tomorrow. Once again, don't discuss the case, not with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by the locations. If you happen to drive anywhere along the route we were in the other day, yesterday.
No, Mel.
Don't pay any additional attention that you wouldn't ordinarily pay if you were just on your direct route home. Okay. Once again, I do anticipate that there is media regarding this case. So turn off all the notifications on your phone. Don't look at the newspaper or the local news, please. Maybe focus on international news if that's what you want to do. But please make sure that you are avoiding any newspaper, online, or other media coverage of this case as we continue the trial. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow morning.
The show. I don't know why that was in my head. Let's check it. Oh, I just saw a clip that we could use for live. Damn it just disappeared. Oh, there it is. Wow. What y'all got for me? Oh, perfect. Wait, is this right? Can we use this? Oh, no. I need
Maybe
a live.
seated. This is, I guess, a good time for us to take up any housekeeping matters if we have any, in the hopes that, and I don't know, maybe as you look at the witness lists.
The state understands it. Regards to that question, Mr. Figueroa, Mr. Figueroa,
Okay.
If I can chat it, just a brief moment.
Absolutely.
9 o'clock tomorrow. I'm setting it up right now. 9 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets. I got a real. All right, so tomorrow's day 3. I'm setting up real quick. What are we gonna do today? There's like so much in the air. I don't know. It's good that we're ending early. There's currently a woman being rescued out of a sinkhole. There's like a live feed of that, but I feel like that's gonna go on forever. If I don't know if I stream that, I'm stuck for like hours and stuff, you know. Live. So let me do this first. The day 3. Got the thumbnail. For tomorrow morning. Remember, Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern, I'm dropping the full What Happened to Harmony Montgomery video. It's about a 2-hour video. This one, 9 a.m. tomorrow. Oh, I gotta check on that package too. Make sure these people don't try to stiff me. They've been delivering it to the wrong house. 3 stops away. Okay. There's a picture of my driver too. She looks crazy as shit. Keep an eye on her ass. Bring out the pepper spray when I go out to pick up the package. Look great. She look wild, bro. I'm dead ass. I'm not even exaggerating. All right, closed captions are turned on tomorrow. I don't know why I keep forgetting. I've turned it on. Sorry about that. I know some people watch the closed captions. So I turned it on from today. It's something that I manually have to turn on. It's by default turned off. I don't know why by default it's turned off. So I turned it on for tomorrow, okay? I know there's quite a bit of people that actually use that. Let me reset that. So there's so much going on, man. What about PA Firehouse? I thought about that. I don't know how much of a stream we can do on that. I see some of the updates. Let me set up the reschedule. Day 3 for tomorrow. Perfect. That woman looks like she could take me out. Yeah, live feed sinkhole. I don't know what people want to do. Oh, really? I have to go pick that up. All right, let me see what we're looking like for notifications on this page. What do we got on Ick and Mel? Okay. I think okay, so we have one right now on this page. And in 4 hours we'll get another one. And then on the second page, what we got? Ick and Mel CC. Oh. I think we have one ready to go. Oh, they about got her out? Oh, is that her right there? You want to look at it real quick? They're pulling her out. All right, I won't waste a notification on that then. Let's just look at it real quick. Who streamed? Who sent that? People. No. There it is. They got her. Hallelujah. Mustard Mama, thank you again so much for the 10 memberships. We got to do another members live too. If you're a member, you're a new member, on the front page of my YouTube, just go to Ick and Mel, click my page, scroll down. There's a playlist that's called Members Only Playlist. I have some stories on there you should check out. The LSD story and some other stuff on there. Go check it out. It's a taxidermy parrot. I don't think that parrot's real.
Yeah, got Fox below us, 5 in front of us. We're 7.
Miracles do happen. Or I don't know if it's a miracle, but good news does happen. Look at the house fire. I need to browse the internet and see all the updates, press conferences.
Your watch is telling you what? You got to stand up.
It says she was 3 stops away to disappear. Where'd you go, Aniris? Whatever your name is. I'm keeping a close eye on you. Oh, 2 stops. Okay. You look sus.
I'm shooting at my 1.
All right. That's good news. Ricky, Bobicki, no Ricky, Sicky, Bobicki. Ricky.
Go ahead. I do copy them.
You guys living the life. Just sleep all day.
Go ahead.
Get fed, walk. You get to piss and shit in the house and then piss and shit outside. Huh? You're living it up, huh?
Simon Dess, I heard you on the microwave. Go ahead.
Amy, Discord. Okay, let's see. Perfect. Let's see, Amy, what you got? Oh, man. Oh. That's bad news. I'm wondering if this deserves a live or do we just do a pre-record or a short video? Well, let me see. We got this. They're done for today. Oh, let me relaunch. By the way, I need to update Google Chrome. It's gonna. Oh, Ricky, I might have to take you off for a second. Relaunch. Boom. Up to date. Come on, all right, boy. Okay, so Is there any press conferences? Any updated press conferences with this Philadelphia situation? Let's see. I set myself. Oh, this was the video we could have watched. I think I'm going to save that for tomorrow's stream when we're chilling. Oh, there's 2 stories I set myself that we could have talked about. I was tired today. Yeah, I thought I set myself a presser. Says they won't lower with diapers. Got to crate as early as possible. Yeah, we got to get a crate. I know. I just I don't want to leave him by himself in the hallway, so he can come out here as long as he has that on. He's been doing better, but he had an accident the other day, so just doing one step at a time. But yeah, I can't allow like this place to get rained on with poop and pee. Ruby Frankie trial, is that happening? Should play guilty. They're still having a trial. Discord Firehouse. All right, Tino, thank you. Perfect. 30 seconds. That's all it is, a 30-second update? Okay, let's see. East lands down. What do they call that place? East. Let's start. Pennsylvania. Yeah. Your day 3 is set for in 6 minutes. No, I messed it up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me just fix it to tomorrow. It came out, you lied. Okay. Oh, tomorrow's Friday. I don't know why I keep thinking about today. Thank you. I fixed it. I haven't really tried much. That's up to their mom. The mother used to do pee pads. People have suggested the shooter's mother is who called 911. Oh, really? Oh. Philadelphia shooter. 5 hours ago. Up. Bum. Today. I'm trying to see. It almost doesn't look like there's much to talk about this thing. I was trying to see if there's a presser. 7 hours ago. All right, this is something we can watch. Bang, bang, bang. Alley between dollar store and laundromat right at the edge of Indianapolis. Left and found in broad daylight, busy area. Read the article, please. The one you sent me. Okay. All right. This is what I'll do. Let me I'm gonna set up a new stream. I think I have one more notification on this channel. And that's all we're gonna use up for on this channel. But make sure you subscribe to the second channel, please, because if I come back on tonight, we'll be going there. Also, this whole Tucker Putin thing, I want to try to see if I can make it. I'm not making any promises on Discord tonight. I don't know what time it's dropping. Some people have said 6. It's supposed to be a 2-hour video. I know not everybody's into that, so if you're not into that, then just don't come. I understand. It's a huge effing deal, though. I'm super interested to see how that goes. It's crazy. Like, everybody is waiting on this shit. It's nuts. So I'm definitely watching. I don't know if anybody can confirm what time that is. I think it's at 6, and so I don't think it's safe to stream on YouTube, but I would stream it on Discord. So I don't want to put the Discord link out there. It's set for tomorrow, 2 p.m. Let me see. What did I do now? 2 p.m. Oh my God, I need help. That's why you know I need to get off. See, 9 a.m. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's for sure. And it's gonna be nuts. People that don't know or care, I get it, but it's you're under a rock too if you're like not gonna tune into that. That's crazy. Crazy. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a little stream for in about 30 minutes. I need time to gather some information on this. I don't want to do too much online, but I'm going to use the article that Amy sent me and some of the and Nola sent me. We're going to do that. I guess we'll just touch on it because that video, it actually did get a lot of views. It did get a lot of views yesterday, so I'm sure there's people that probably are curious to know what is going on. At least some type of update. Yeah. Oh, wrong. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, that video, 45,000. Yeah, I guess we can update it.
Make
a new one. Well, some people were saying that like Tucker, be careful, like if they try to poison him or something. I don't think they were trying to poison him unless they were really smart or something and gave him like some long acting thing that like he'll get out of there, nothing happens, but like a month or two from now something happens. If I was him, I'd bring my own food, my own package, whatever. Doesn't Tucker have a YouTube channel? I think. I don't know. I know it's dropping on X for sure. I think he made a YouTube channel. I mean, I always check X, Twitter. Okay, schedule stream. Reuse the stream. Updates. Hold on. Next stop. Okay. I'm just making sure. Philadelphia. Boom, 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 boom. Really, Putin is scared of poop. Putin is scared of ops getting his poop to see if he has certain diseases. So he has to poop. So he has a poop bodyguard. Nah, I don't believe that, bro. Is that for real? He poops in his briefcase. All right. I just need a thumbnail now. Oh, Philadelphia Star. I mean, we did enough early today. Okay. That's better. Damn, she look crazy. Looks crazy, crazy, crazy. Package. Oh, she here. She here. All right, she here, bro. Get. Oh, oh, ripatos susatito, ripatos abunda. Okay. All right. I ain't got time to play around with it. Ripatos. Oh. Okay. Waiting to see you misplace the adapter. Does it have an adapter? I gotta be careful with this thing. All right. And by the way, for the people that have been following this story, oh, the alleged shooter was identified by his mother, Con Lee. Con Lee. Can we get a picture of Con Lee? We're gonna talk about this next. I need some press conference videos and stuff. Oh, I'm gonna take 30 minutes anyway. Hey, what you guys doing? It's not food. I got too much stuff. Okay. Thumbnail's done. Identified by father of shooter. It says by this article says by his mother. The alleged shooter was identified by his mother. Did they get it mixed up? Okay, so I'm gonna set the stream up. The father called 911. Okay. Yeah, we'll do an update on this, even though, but just to put a, oh, dude, damn it. I didn't mean to do that. Ugh. Hey. The hell are you guys doing? Nobody been out there. Okay. So 3:00. Let's go. Let's start at. I don't know if 3:30 is really enough time, but we'll do that 3:30. That's what Chin Lee said. Her husband took her out of the home and shots were fired. Chin Lee said it her husband who called 911. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna we'll redirect this to the next stream, and then the next stream will redirect to tomorrow. And I gotta there's a couple of things I'm actually supposed to do. So we'll just do a little update. Amy or Nola, if you have any links and stuff about that, send it to me. Oh, this has a video too? Oh, that has a video. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll update the story. We can kind of... I still want to know more, though. Like, once we find out... I wish I had a little more time, because I usually like to check Facebook, Twitter, see what people are saying. What's that guy's name? Can Lee? I sent a couple of things to myself last night, too. All right, so I'll see you guys in a few. I'm going to try to collect a few more links. And subscribe to the second channel, too, okay? Ikenmel CC. And let's see if we can... let's not try to do too much. Let's do the next stream. And we'll hang out for a little bit. And then I think I should chill for a little bit until 6. Yeah, I think I should chill. Let's do the short stream and then chill, because at 6, then maybe we can watch the Putin stuff. How about that? I sent you lots. It says he got into a fight with his third. Oh, good. Is that in that one article? Oh, shoot. Torso font. Oh, you sent me a couple of things. Okay. All right. So I'm going to check it out what it is, and then I'm going to move over there. Thank you, Tina. All right. We'll do that, and then we'll chill until... And if you guys could drop the Discord link too for the people, whoever wants to come on Discord can come. You're welcome to come. All right. Bloop, 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 bloop. Even if it's for entertainment, just come watch the Putin the interview. All right. Bye.